spreading in a love story. Made it see you lose control. Now I'ma spend all my time thinking of all your lies and cover up. Switching up on everyone who loves you. But it doesn't start to show. I think you should know that, baby, don't hurry. You always think the only one who leaves. Attention is just lonely, so cause it. Oh, you love to be with the only thing that can keep me from leaving. Baby, don't hurry. You always think the only one who leaves. Attention is just lonely, so cause it. Oh, keep me from the end. I let this go. I can watch it break the song. Making no thunder. I feel it on a honey with dreams. And then no thunder. I may never see you again. I did when the summer ends. But it always was. You'd always be disappointed. Cause you're insecure. Chasing things you thought you wanted. But you thought you could. Just get further away from it. And find you with it. So now it's just a house that is only where I spend all my time. Making love, only lost is love. And switching out for everyone you know. But it doesn't stop the show. I think you should know that, baby, don't hurry. You always think the only one leaves. I bet that you don't leave, so cause it. Oh, you wanna be with the only thing that can keep me from leaving. Baby, don't hurry. I hope I don't get in trouble for that little song. Anyway, I was listening to that before I got on. Hey, everybody. I gotta give my disclaimer. So this is another episode of Kenneth Michelle Views, where I give my opinion on what I am viewing on any mainstream media platform that you can think of. So today, as you can see, I wanted to kind of go on the title of sacrificing, since there's a lot of things going on. I don't think I was up here since Takeoff passed away. I don't think I talked about that. So, and then today, I think Aaron Carter passed away. And of course, look at his name, Aaron Carter, like the charter, like the Magna Carta, whatever. So, like, you know, Aaron dies, like all this stuff is very subliminal. And I just want to go over some of these sacrifices and talk about some of the things that I want to I really want to get into reality. Because I know a lot of times I kind of play around and I go into the conspiracy theories a lot with like, oh, these are twins and they may be going to another country and things like that nature. But in reality, I do know that people are being knocked off for the greater of the good. So now that's crazy that I was talking about that last live about the greater of the good. And this is literally what this means. The greater of the good literally means sacrificing to get a better lifestyle. And I did wanted to correct myself because last time I was saying that it was the show called Spawn. That Spawn was like, where they were saying the greater of the good too, where it was like an example of it. Where the guy was, the preacher was sent off to kill Spawn, but it was not Spawn. It's actually the Punisher. So I do like it when people follow my show. So sometimes I have to correct myself on some names that I give. Like when I said Spawn, it wasn't Spawn. The show was actually called The Punisher. So just to correct that, because I know some people probably actually look at some of my suggestions. So I know if they went and watched Spawn, they probably didn't understand what I was talking about. So it wasn't actually the series of Spawn. It actually was the series of The Punisher. And The Punisher was a military op dude that they discarded. And he became, like a little renegade on the side. It had his little layer or whatever. Because unfortunately, when you work for the government and you do agent-like things and you become like a Jason Bourne, when they no longer need you or when you no longer serve a purpose, they try to erase your memory. And okay, let me plug this. Should be plugged up, right? Yeah. So they try to erase your memory and discard you. Listen, this shit right here, I feel like YouTube and everybody, ever since I've been coming on YouTube, it's been effing up my whole
little routine of life. Like, if you ever want to become a content creator, especially on YouTube, doing things they don't agree upon, just be prepared to have a lot of things break down on you, have a lot of things, have a lot of issues going on. Because I swear, like, first it was my iPad, then it's like my laptop, and it's like every little utensil that I use to come on here, it doesn't really work well. So just, I don't know if they zap or they could do things to your little system where it makes it work slower or it conks out. But well, my iPad didn't conk out. I just cannot get in it. It keeps telling me like I'm not putting in the right codes and blah blah blah. But anyway, so back to what I was saying about the sacrificing. So I just felt like this is weird because I was talking about this in my last live about the greater of the good and how Jay-Z was saying that in his last interview. He actually, I wanted to show you the clip of him, but sometimes I can't find videos, and I got so many videos in my phone that the iCloud doesn't save a lot, right? So I think that at that point, it starts deleting things out of my phone that when I'm looking for stuff, sometimes the stuff don't even be there because the iCloud is not saving because they say it's too much uploaded in the iCloud and they want me to pay like $20 extra. I'm already paying 99 cents for whatever. I'm paying 99 cents to Apple. They snatch 99 cents out of me every month, and they want me to upgrade from that to continue to save stuff in my iCloud. So because I didn't upgrade, sometimes they erase videos that I'm looking for, and the videos are not even there because it's been erased. So anyway, Jay-Z did a recent video talking about the greater of the good, and that is literally about sacrifices that they make for people, whatever, for them to have a better life. And I did wanted to show you. Here's my phone. I did want to show you a clip, and I was talking about this boy last time, but I never showed the video because I'm so all over the place because I have ADD or whatever. Just joking. I don't. I have, if ADD stands for actually fucking smart or up advanced, it may be, but whatever. So I had a video of this guy. His name is Unghetto, and he's hilarious. I think he's very funny. It's obviously a group of these people from like Atlanta or whatever. They're not from Atlanta. He's like French or whatever. But they're in Atlanta, and I think it's like a group of people that was walking around doing like little skits of couples switching their phones, a loyalty test. And then they also do like diamond tests. It's like a group of people. It's like Unghetto was one of them. Then it's like 3 or 4 other channels I came across. But Unghetto was like, his personality was very funny to the point where I watched a lot of his content. I saw other people's content, but it was like, Unghetto was really, really like his personality stuck out, and it made me watch a lot of his content. So one of his contents, he was showing a video of a little midget being kidnapped and stuff like that. He was doing a skit with a midget, right? But at one point, I want to find the skit where he was in a supermarket with the midget, acting like he was gonna kidnap the midget. And this is a funny guy, man. Let me see if I can find it. And it just showed you that the sacrificing that they talk about, or the greater of the good concept, is a real, like, it's a thing. If it wasn't a thing, why would it be in a skit? Like, it's a thing. Whether they want to make it a conspiracy, where would the conspiracy or the thing come from if things are not actually happening? Where they say smoke, there's fire. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't say, oh, well, it's just made up. No, the concept is coming from somewhere, right? And I am going to get into sacrifices and the reality of it. I'm going to get into that and what's really going on from my own experience of seeing things that I know and of that I already knew. So I'm going to get into that, right? But let's first go into the skit, right? Where he's going to show you. It's going to be in a joking matter. This is the guy's page, right? So I believe his name is Unghetto Matthew, right? And of course, all of them always going to have like a subliminal name. Unghetto, like he's French or whatever. So French people are very mature. Like they are very like. And I think they do that because, like, that's all they have. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people, if they don't have one thing, they got to be really good at something else. And let's be honest, French people are very, like, I would say, I don't know how to, like, like very, respectable in speaking. Like how they speak is like very like respectable and things of that nature. They don't really want to speak like how we speak because we're comfortable with it. But I don't think they're that comfortable with our language. So their language and then speaking our language, it comes out very more, not saying conservative, but very more mature in their choices of word and how they phrase their sentences. So anyway, so I feel like the unghetto thing is like a jab at us because like they're like, oh, we're not as ghetto as Americans. These black people these French black people definitely take jabs at us every day, just like the white French. They're all alike. They all make mockery of us and they all take their little jabs as much as they can towards us, right? So anyway, that's his page. And let me look at the I want to find a video of him with the midget, right? And he was kidnapping the midget. And he tells the midget in the video, like, look, you're gonna be the reason why me, grandma, and our family eat good, right? And it's like I felt like he said that line, and that line was not by accident. You know what I'm saying? This is a line that's being used for a reason because these are their little inside jokes, right? Hey, Mick Marty, thank you for being here. Hey, Jessica Parker. Hey, Kate Harris. Thank you for calling me beautiful. I'm all right. And Style Holmes, Super Chucky B. I hope you enjoyed your Halloween Chucky B with that kind of name. I don't know if he was outside scaring people, acting like Chucky. But thank you for being here with me for a little while. I'm not gonna be here for long. Hopefully I can start shortening my videos so I could come up here more often. I feel like when I come up here and I stay here for like 4 or 5, 3 hours, it kind of scared me to come up the next week because it's like I don't have 3 hours. So instead of trying to make it so long, I can try to shorten it and come up more often where I'm not like, oh, I don't have 3 hours, so I can't come up there. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let me just look for this little video so we can start talking about these sacrifices, okay? And the reality of it. I don't want to really go into conspiracy. I want to talk about real kind of stuff, eerie stuff. I'm not going to give any real names or nothing like that because, like, I'm going to be honest. Like, the other week, I saw somebody, right? And I was in an area where I was like, what are they doing over here, right? And the person that I saw, I was looking like I hope they're not coming for me. Like, anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, I was like somewhere, and I'm like, what the hell? It was like very random that they was like literally on the corner that I was getting off on to go pick up something. So I was looking like, I was looking like, is they sending one of their little goons at me or whatever? But anyway, I don't know. I don't care. I haven't seen them since. So maybe it was just a coincidence, but it was a weird coincidence because this person could be considered dangerous. So I know the person, but I just didn't get like, I'm looking like, I hope people don't think, I never say names. So I just felt like, oh, whatever. And on top of that, I don't want people to think sometimes I want to say names because it's like, so many different people may think I'm talking about them. It's like, bruh, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people I be talking about. I'm not just talking about just you. And sometimes, like, if you think about it, yeah, I am talking about y'all. But sometimes I'm talking about other people. There's a lot of other things. Like, people that I used to date, they could tell you that I've been talking about stuff like that. I've been conspiracying, talking about people on the street level for mad long. Like, I've been had suspicions of, because I always was aware of things, like I was always aware of like the dynamics of how the immigrants was here and where American Negroes are always been. I've always been aware of myself and all that stuff, but it's very hard for American Negroes to admit or to get with it. So I always kept it to myself and always just never really got into religion and politics with people because when I used to try to talk politics with like an Italian guy that I knew that was like in the industry and stuff like that, like they get weird. It gets weird and they take it real fucking serious. So it could cause issues. So anyway, I just felt like I keep names out of it, and I was very surprised to see that person, and I kind of like darted one way, like I hope they're not trying to follow me because these people be killers and drug dealers. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, what the fuck? But anyway, God bless those people. Never said no names. Don't care about these people like that. I just like to talk my shit because I'm a smart fucking bitch. And it ain't my fault that I'm smart. and I wasn't stupid enough to be one of them used up Negroes that, they're trying to use your name, use your this, use your that, use you all the way to fuck up and know that you was never gonna be in a part of their circle, because if you're gonna be a part of their circle, you'll be the one using and you'll be the one having the name of this and having that platform. And then on top of that, these people be borrowing. They don't even have this. They're not owning anything. They all be coming. It all comes from the supplier, like their materials. I'm not gonna say like their things that they have. So when sometimes girls be like, "Oh, scammers don't have money," because scammers literally be having their back. Like this be like other people's. It comes. It's all. The scammers are all a scam. It's all smoke and mirrors. And when you figure that out, hopefully you didn't figure it out too late when they already done used and abused you and ready to kick you out, like Cortez when the king used him up. When he went over there in the Aboriginal area in Latin America, in Mexico, when he went tearing them up and killing and murdering all those Negro people that were over there, making room for all the people that was coming from the wastelands. Once he was done with his job, the king discarded him. That's what they do with these agents, these Jason Bourne people. And they said at one point, he was from Spain. So he tried one time. He saw the king or whatever, and they said this is when he was already done and out of the game. He already done put in mad work. He tried to come up to the king and speak to him. He was like a drunk. He ain't had no money. He was all washed up. So he tried to come to the king looking for an opportunity or a handout, and he couldn't even get into nowhere near close to the king. The guards pushed the guy down. If you read the story about Cortez and his ending days, they disregarded him. He couldn't get nowhere near the king. And he continued. I think he died or something because he was broke, drunk, and disregarded after he put in all that work for the king at whatever point, whatever king he even was putting in work for. I don't know. So anyway, that's beside the point. But that's what they do with these people. So, they do. I'm gonna leave that alone. So let me look for the video of the Munchkin, right? Let me look for this video. And I just want y'all to see what he says in the grocery store, where he's like, we're gonna kidnap you and kill you, but this is gonna help feed our whole family. Like he tells the midget, you're gonna be the reason grandma, all of us live a better life. And that's no joke. This is not no joke when they say these things. I don't know why you gotta take it out through blood. But this is just the way the exchange of like Mexican people, and that's their culture. Their culture is like like Cinco de Mayo stuff. And that is like the living of the dead or something like that. Like I know a Mexican person could probably explain it better on why they like death so much and sacrificing and all that, but it's most likely because of how they got here and what they had to do to be here. You understand what I'm saying? Because Mexicans are not from Mexico. Mexican became Mexicans because of the Asiatic cultures coming from the Bering Straits, coming from the wastelands, and then just doing whatever they were doing over here, intermixing, murdering, being over here. And then, of course, they celebrate that. So, that's where they get like the Cinco de Mayo days and all these like, it's like a lot of death culture that they celebrate. They celebrate death. So, sacrificing and things like that is very important to them. And okay, here it is right here, right? So I'm just going to play the part where he talks about how he was trying to sacrifice the little midget. Okay.
Uber? Is somebody in here? No. Why me? You know I can get directions to the nearest like Walmart? Hey, yo, hell no. When I hit people, represent like I'm took his woman, but I'm not a nigga. He said in his life a movie, we play with them type of clips.
Okay, I want to get to the part where he was in the supermarket.
Shut up, man. No. Shut up. No. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
So you hear that the midget is already saying, "Don't sacrifice me," right? Now he's gonna talk about sacrificing through the whole time.
No. Shut up, man. No. Shut up. No. Fuck up. Right, bro. Shut up. Yo, sit down. Yo, shut up. Hey, chill. Chill. Bro, shut up. Yo, chill, bro. I want us to be rich, bro. I want to be a big rapper, bro. I gotta sacrifice. No. I gotta do it. Hey, chill, chill. Listen to me. All the struggles we got, the 9 to 5s, it's gonna be over with. You gonna be the reason our family eats. It's gonna be. I gotta sacrifice it, bro. I gotta do it. Shut up. 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 Hey, stop. No. Stop. No. I eat you. Yeah, of course. All right, man.
So you see how he said, "Is grandma going to eat too?" He like, yes, of course. He like, bet, like, go ahead and just sacrifice me for grandma, your family. No more working 9 to 5. It's all going to be greater for the family. Just because you're letting us get rid of
Check it
you.
out. 7 minutes away, no fake content, and do this shit. Okay, I'm risking my whole Uber account for a video. So make sure you like, no cap. All right, 2 minutes away, I gotta stand somewhere.
Okay, and of course, because I used his footage, check out his page or whatever. I believe his page is. I'm not good with names, so if people hear me chop up names, I swear it's not on purpose. I'm just not good with names. Like I literally, since I've been on here, I knew IMCs. And his name ain't IMCs. His name is I Expose MCs, I think. I think that's the name. But that don't stop me from saying, hey, IMCs, because I just be chopping names up. I'm not good with names at all. So if I chop names up, I swear it's not on purpose. That's just maybe my dialect. My dialect is not that great when it comes to names. I be chopping names up like crazy. So anyway, Unghetto Matthews, check his page out. His page is pretty funny because himself, his energy is funny, whatever. I like his page. So just that clip alone, right? So just that clip alone. Hey everybody, I'm glad some people are in here with me. So just that clip alone shows you that it could be conspiracy, but let's be honest, it's a thing, right? It's a thing, right? So a lot of people that I feel like that does things in their lives and and they'll be like, oh well, you people are not working harder for it and blah 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 blah. I be thinking in my head like, are you serious? You dead sacrificed a couple people I know for a fact, like people been sacrificed. And then they'll sit there and say little things, and I'll be looking like, wow, you're a whole scamming skeezer. You're a whole scamming skeezer, your butt stink. Like, are you saying, like, people be saying little smart things, and I be wanting to come at them sloppy, but thank God they're protected with their little click and their little nasty stuff. And I don't think that ain't much could happen because they're not that connected. Like, let's be honest, just like Cortez, they could get disregarded or they could go and do a bid for somebody at any moment. Like, they're not that important. Them people are there as pawns. If they need somebody to do a bid, they need somebody to get murdered, they need somebody, that's what those people are there for. And I think they are very well aware of what their positions are and what they be having to do. But anyway, that's beside the point because I don't give out names, so I'm not going to really go too much there, right? But I know for a fact that people, when I say, oh, they may be going to their other countries or they're twins and this and that, the facts of it is, like, in reality, like, out of conspiracy world, these people are all somewhat related. If they're not related, it's through marriage or something. Like, sometimes you can see a Negro, right? If a Negro is on, they're always going to be married in with, like, a African. Or, like, if just like, let's see Denzel Washington, right? Denzel Washington is a Negro, right? And the name Denzel is a biblical name. Denzel Washington. I forget what Denzel means. But let's see his wife. Let's see why he's in the game. Because you'll think, well, they don't work with Negroes. They don't work with Negroes. But guess what? The Negro is always going to marry in. And mind you, his wife's name is Paula. And just the name Paul. Like, sometimes I think it could be a man as well. Okay? They could be marrying in with men. That because like Denzel Washington been married with his wife for mad long. It's nothing wrong with his wife. She's a beautiful woman, but let's be honest, this is Denzel. You know what I'm saying? Where girls will drink his bath water and lay on the floor like a kitten and lick on his left nut for like hours. You see what I'm saying? So it's like You really with your wife mad long and never have an issue with her, never have a. So this person knows how to play the game. He wants to be in the game. Okay, Denzel understands how the rules go for Negroes. If you want to be on, you got to leave your Negro life alone and get in with the what this lady most likely could be a Nigerian, wherever she may be, right? Let's show you another person. Who else you want to see? The guy Ghost, right? Ghost that played on Power. Ghost wife. Yes, let's look at Ghost wife. Let's look at his wife. Let's see why this nigga. Let's see how this Negro got on. Let's look at this Negro's wife. Very mannish. Very mannish woman. Very mannish looking woman. Very mannish looking woman. Okay? Negro, look how happy he is to be on. He ain't happy with her. He'll be happy with me. Let me stop. He'll be happy with me. Let me stop. He ain't happy with her. Wasn't that in like the 10? What was that? The 5 Heartbeats. He said, "You not happy with him. You not about his brother girl. He had his brother girl. You not happy with him." Anyway, very very mannish looking woman. So this is how Negroes get on. They call them Uncle Toms, traitors, because they could never have a Negro family with a Negro woman and do what they trying to do, because they do the Jesus Nazareth. I already explained the Jesus Nazareth. The Nazareth stand, the Nazareth or whatever stands for. Do not work with them. Like we're not working with them. You see what I'm saying? So they're all on a Jesus Nazareth code. And then, of course, the Jesus narrative when they was killing all males, killing all men, because the men and the males have the inheritance of what they want. So you see why it's so important to annihilate the Negro male and make it seem like he never existed, right? So when the Negro male wants to get on and wants to be a part of the party, you have to marry in, you have to get in somehow. And it's not easy. I'm pretty sure these are men that they're marrying. Or some beat up looking women, okay? They're not the ugliest women in the world, but I just feel like, some of these guys are really good looking, and it's just like, no infidelity. Ghost act like, he act like he's so faithful. These people act like they're so faithful that you don't hear them in no scandals. Because they can't. Like, they can't. You understand what I'm saying? So let's look at another example. What's that show called where he's acting gay and he say he's not gay? P Valley. Let's look at the P Valley guy. P Valley. And mind you, the P Valley. I have so much footage. The P Valley guy that played the rapper. I believe that character is based off of Homeboy, Ari's boyfriend, G Moneybag. What's Moneybag Yo? No. Moneybags, whatever. Okay, Moneybag. I believe that the P Valley character is based off of that Moneybag Yo guy, right? Because mind you, remember Moneybag Yo got in. He first got on through Megan Thee Stallion, and then Megan Thee Stallion came on P Valley and was playing around with the guy that I feel like is based off of the Moneybag Yo character. I know that's hard to understand. And then remember the P Valley character, the P Valley character, he had a girl, the girl from Memphis, the very pretty black girl. She's not that black. She's like a dark skinned black girl. Look like she's from America, possibly. I don't see any, So anyway, she played the mustache for him. Like, she knew that wasn't his girl. She played the girlfriend, but she knew that wasn't her man, and that most likely he was gay, and kept the secret. So they call that being a mustache or whatever, right? So I feel like that's the same thing that Ari was doing with Moneybag Yo. Moneybag Yo came in the game with Megan Thee Stallion, and then of course he just went on and being with Ari because Ari was like the same concept of what the P Valley guy is doing. So I think the P Valley guy character is based off of that Moneybag Yo dude. But anyway, and then it confirmed it when Megan Thee Stallion came on the show. I was like, I knew it. I knew it had something to do with that Moneybag Yo character. Right? So let me find this guy's name that played on the show. Okay, his name is Jay Afons, right? Let me see, Jay Afons. He played Little Murder on P Valley, right? Now he just recently got married. He's acting like he's not gay at all, right? But you gotta understand, in order for them to be a part of the game, they have to marry in. And now y'all might say, "Oh, she doesn't look what you call it," but yes, I'm pretty sure she's West Indian or something. Okay, trying to find the wife. Okay, there's not that many pictures here. Okay, here go one. Now I'm pretty sure she's probably Nigerian or something like that nature. Pretty sure she's like West Indian, Nigerian, or something of that nature. The wife definitely got him on. He's on because of the wife. So I'm not gonna keep showing y'all examples of that. You could keep looking up all the Negroes, like people like this guy that plays this role. He's not a Negro. He's not an American Negro. He'd be more French descent, French or whatever, and they love to play those gay, flamboyant roles. They like to wear very bright colors, neon colors. That's part of their culture. So he has no problem playing what he comes from. But the American Negro, that's not a role that you usually would play. And the fact that they have him playing that role and he's saying he's not gay, it's like, bruh, I don't care if that's an acting gig, because in reality, you're still kissing the dude. Dude is still right between your legs. Dude is still like doing mad things. Like it be closed sets when they do these sexual scenes. So it's like, I don't care if you acting, bro. That's not acting. Don't mean it's not happening. Like it's not like, oh, it's CGI. No, that's you kissing that nigga. So I don't care if it's acting kissing. Kissing is kissing, sir. Tongue and all. Like it's still a kiss. So he can have his little Nigerian wife all he wants. But that's the game that they play, and that's how they get in, right? So anyway, with the sacrificing, just to be in reality, they really killing these people. These people are really dying. A lot of these people, they look just alike because they are directly related. It's a very tight circle. I've been trying to explain people a lot of things, and I felt like I had to start from scratch. So if you haven't been following my channel since scratch, you may not know how much. When I start doing my videos now, it's kind of like a conversation more than me teaching, because it's not much to teach after all I have been saying. I feel like I said enough. It has been proven that it's a group of people from the South, from the Midwest to the Northeast, a special group of people that is protected. This area is very special, okay? And so is the people that origin out of it. And unfortunately, everybody does not origin out of this area. Okay, everybody does not origin out. It's a lot of people that origin outside of the area, right outside of the area, far outside of the area, down, skirts about. That's not the same as being inside of this area. All I've been trying to explain is that, listen, the American Negro has been subjected to a lot of false narratives because of what we really are. We are the inheritors of all this shit here. So when you watch those creepy white shows where he be like, you see like the shows where the white guy be showing all, remember I was showing how Coney Island was flooded with all those white people. They're like, oh, where did they come from? Nigga, they came off the fucking boat illegally. And they came around the time after they was doing the new nation, the 1900s, when they bombed everything. And all those kids where they say, Orphan Annie, those are orphans, I believe, were Negroes because they lost their parents. All those old adult parents were dead. And then they made sure when those kids was growing up, they were either sent to the army or sent to jail because it was a draft. You had to go. You had to go to the army or you had to go to jail. So they were setting us up, and setting us up. You see what I'm saying? Like, and to the point where they knew that, okay, these new generations ain't going to really know much of what happened to the old generations because we cleaned house. We cleaned house. But you got to understand that as much people as they still killed, it's still filled with Negroes here. They talk about the Native American, but you can't find a Native American nowhere in North Carolina South. They're not from the South. No, those Native American, Indian, Mexican, Asiatic people are not from the Midwest and the Northeast. They're not from here at all. And they can never supersede us over here. Never. This is just like you go to China. You can kill as many people as you want in China and move in there all you want. But China is still going to be full with Chinese. Just like America, the Midwest, and the South. You're never going to uproot us to a point where you over supersede us. So that's how you know we are the origin people from here. You're not going to find no native Indian, Hubu Waba, tribal. We're not tribal people. We are conservative people that always had clothes, we figured out things from day one. We never needed a bunch of plucking feathers and never wore a bunch of plucking feathers. That just was never us. We had cotton and clothes on, hats and church clothes. So and I don't know where's the disconnect with a lot of people saying that we were tribal people and we had all this other stuff. I see my comments and I'm gonna go over my comments because I don't want people to think I was ignoring the comments. I do see my comments and I think I'm gonna go over my comments in here so we can address some of these things because a lot of people are trying to educate me or give me information like saying, oh well, Argentina used to be black people and that, bruh. I've been. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying it's black on black situation. No white people beat our ass. White people come as the scapegoat behind the fucking the Africans and the French that really came over here and fought us. The people that joined the union and became sharecroppers after they won. Those are French people, Haitian people, people that's coming from other countries. They were coming over here fighting the Yankees, which will be us. We will be Yankee people. And you see, recently Jay-Z had on a Yankee outfit. Like he's really trying to play games with me. Because remember I was talking about the Yankee Doodle Danny and then now he has like a Yankee outfit on. Let me show you. I got so many fucking photos in here sad. But like hopefully we can figure it out. Yeah, we're gonna talk about these sacrifices, bro. Like look at this picture, right? Look at this old picture, right? Of this woman. So you telling me that around this time, right? You got people around this time taking pictures in feathers, right? But then you got a little Negro girl. You got a little Negro girl with a beautiful cotton dress on. Beautiful cotton dress on. With her hair down and everything. But in the same time period, they'll show you some Indians with feathers looking like crazy Asian with henna with henna coloring on. They put henna. To this day, they put henna coloring on them. So you're telling me the same time frame people got feathers on, and in the same time frame we got people that's dressed in nice little look. She got nice little cute shoes on. She got nice little cute shoes on. Little moccasin, little leather moccasins. So don't play with us. Like stop playing with the Negro, okay? See, she don't have the aboriginal face. She don't have the pig nose. She don't have the Asian eyes. This is a Negro little girl, okay? Yeah, and whether you want to call them Indians or not, it don't matter. The name does not matter. It's the people. So sometimes people could use the name Nijis or Indians or this and that, and then they'll show you people that has feathers and this and that, and around that time frame, they make it seem like it was ancient. But yet the same time frame, we got people in cotton, beautiful outfits. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So where's the disconnect here? Were we in feathers or we in cotton cute little outfits? Little Shirley Temple outfits. You understand what I'm saying? Like, where's the disconnect? How does it go from feathers in the same time frame you got a beautiful little dress on with cute little moccasin leather shoes? Very stylish. Very stylish. And then you got people that still coming over here today with little bed sheets on. The dress, they still wearing the dresses and the toga sheets. They don't have the capability of the creativity that we had. We have super creativity to a point of where whether they don't care or not, we did all that shit. You understand what I'm saying? That was not a concern of theirs to put cute little shoes on, have a cute little dress on, and make sure your kid looks so cute. And they go to church and they do this. That wasn't that's not them. They do other things. So I just want to make sure that the American Negro understands their culture, what they come from, because it's not being explained properly and it bothers me because that's where I come from. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to make sure that you understand that we are supposed to be under the ground, forgotten, and taken off the map. Because when we are remembered and they give us our title back, then we are the inheritors of where we are. We here, but we don't have shit, but all this shit is ours. Our grandparents put those nice outfits on us. Our ancestors built this beautiful, all these brick beautiful homes. that all these Jewish people and West Indian people live in, they built these homes. These are all old homes. I showed you a building that had a castle top on it. It had like literally the castle tops on it. So they were building castles in a bunch of beautiful homes for us, and there's no reason for us to be paying rent and doing all the shit that we doing for people that can't even own anything. They can only lease and work through contract here. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that belongs to them. So anyway, I just wanted to show. I forgot. I was showing Jay-Z, right? I was looking for Jay-Z and how he wore the Yankee. Here you go. And this is funny because they even dressed up as the Proud. They dressed up as the Proud family, which is like another smack in our face. Because remember, I was trying to tell you about the Proud family and the Pride purge. Okay, and then you see how it's somebody said, look, it's two Beyoncés. They got two Beyoncés. Okay, so that's the creativity of Photoshop. Because one of the Beyoncés have to be photoshopped in, but it don't look like it, right? So you gotta understand that they just be throwing pictures together. All these people could have took pictures separately, and they could have just put. That's how Photoshop and if like this is like you understand what I'm saying. This image looks like it's all one photo, but yet the photo was not taken like that because obviously two different Beyoncés is here. And some people said that they had the Beyonce clone. So it could be like more than one, I don't know, possibly. But in reality, they have a lot of people that look just alike. Like they're all directly related. So it's very, very easy to say, hey, she could have had another prototype born in that incubator. Sometimes when you see those 2 kids, those 3 kids in that incubator situation, it could be like triplets of them. You see what I'm saying? Just like Kanye, Ray J, and Reggie Bush. You see how they're giving Reggie Bush Wendy's commercials now? Like, where did Reggie Bush come from? Like, they like, oh, might as well put Reggie Bush on a commercial. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, because they're triplets. So once Ray J and Kanye acting up, here goes Reggie Bush getting some money out of it, getting a contract with Wendy's out of it. Because they know he's a part of that triplet incubator baby shit. And they probably looking like, look, they kind of look like triplets, but they don't look exactly alike. So some of them could probably come out looking exactly alike. And sometimes twins come out looking a little bit different, which I think was the case with Kanye, Reggie Bush, and Ray J. I don't think they're the same exact people. I think they're incubator babies. I've been telling y'all this, that they're all fucking related. They all indoctrinated, which means that they belong to the government. They don't belong, their children belong to the government. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. And a lot of people are acting like they still don't get it, like, which irritates me. Or I think that that you're an immigrant and you support it and you know exactly what the fuck is going on. Hey, Spawn in the 2020s. What's up? That's the homie. And yeah, so let me find Jay-Z in his Yankee outfit because I feel like they are on my back. Like, if y'all haven't seen that anything I say, they respond to me through the shade room or they respond to me. I'm going to show you directly how they on my back with Offset, right? I'm going to show you something that Offset did. But not before I show you the Yankee outfit. I wanted to show you that this nigga was in a Yankee outfit. I'm like, really? Like, he really tested my patience. Oh, let me show y'all this. I just want y'all to see that we not related to these people, bro. We not related to these people, bro. We would never do this. That's not something we would ever eat, bro. I don't know nobody that would eat this. Oh, he's crazy, bro. Like, these people are nuts. We're not related to these people at all. We're not related to them. I don't know not one person that would eat this from America, from the South. Okay? He said I don't know what the fuck he was eating. They make it seem like that's like some type of seafood. But I mean, are you really eating seafood penis? Like, I don't know what he's just like, it looks so rubbery and tough that it's just amazing that they do that. But this is the problem, that they don't have, they come from a culture where they don't have the kind of food we have. So they eat all that fish head, Go ahead, Camelback, muskrat. Like rednecks eat squirrel off the ground. Like they be eating all kinds of roadkill. These people are different. Okay, we would never. Okay, so I don't know what to tell people when it comes to Negro to America. It's just a big giant difference with us. It's not our fault that we had a bunch of cow, we had a bunch of chicken, we had horses that we did not have to eat. We treat our horses well. You know that people eat horse in China and stuff. They eat horse out there, and it's supposed to be illegal because it's not enough horses. We don't breed enough horses for you to eat that as a commodity. And the horses are useful to a point where if we don't have transportation or something, our horses would be very useful. So you're not supposed to be eating no fucking horse. But yet in China, they got no chill. You know what I'm saying? So they actually eat horse in China, and it's illegal, but they actually eat it. They also eat beetles and bugs and scorpions and anything they can grab their little hands on. So there you go. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just different. These are different kind of people, bro. So they'll show you this stuff, right? They'll be like, "Oh, look, we're slaves. We're slaves." This not us. You see the lady got the kid on her back of her shoulder. We would never have a baby wrapped up like that. We would have had strollers already. Like we was very advanced like that. So when you start to look at these people features, look at the lady in the back. Look at the lady in the back. Look at the lady right here. These people are saying they were slaves. This don't got nothing to fucking do with us. But they over here fighting for rights. They'll be outside fighting for rights for Negroes. Those people will be outside fighting for rights for Negroes like they're Negroes because they're here in Negro land, but they're not Negroes. They don't get treated the same as Negroes. They have no foundation here. So because they had no foundation here, they try to make way and say, "Hey, we need some civil rights. We need housing. We need food. We need shelter." Because we are from here. We always had food, shelter, and everything. We never needed these rights. But we have these people fighting and picketing and speaking for Negroes when they're not Negroes. You can clearly see through their features of their nose and of their features that they are not of American Negro. They're from somewhere outside of, they're outlanders. They're from, I don't care where they're from, because everybody is literally the same. It's either they're from the islands or they migrated to the wastelands of Asia, or they're from they're from the Australia or Latin America, wherever they're from. And they don't origin those people from Australia. They don't origin from Latin America. They actually come to Latin America because when I showed you on the map, when you look on the map and you look on the map from the middle, Australia is right by Latin America, so they just ship their way over there. You know what I'm saying? And they could easily get to Hawaii. They could easily get to Latin America. They could easily get to California. So that's the West. You know what I'm saying? The West stems from China and all Russia and all that to the Californias. That's the West. That's far west or the West. And then we have the East, and as far east is like France and Scotland and blah blah blah. So just to give you an idea of the compass of the world map. Okay, but anyway, those are not us. So we got a bunch of infiltrators fighting for rights, saying all this stuff. They already know that we don't have a voice, we don't exist. So they are very, very adamant on acting like they don't understand what the American Negro talks about because their livelihoods depend on playing dumb. Okay? So when they act like they don't understand what we be talking about, don't worry about them because they're not here to help us. They want their rights here. Okay? They want to eat here, they want to have housing here. So they're not ever going to acknowledge what we're talking about. So I did wanted to show you an example of the difference between Negroes. A lot of people act like they don't get the difference between an American Negro from the South and the Midwest and from the Americas. Sometimes I say the South and the Midwest only because California, Mexico, and stuff, it becomes very, very mixy over there because of the Bering Strait of Asia and because of Latin America. It's very mixy over there, but it's still, yes, Negroes still reside in the whole Americas. but it's very scarce free. When you get past Midwest, it gets very mixy. So you just gotta understand that it's a lot going on, and it's a lot of people died. Excuse me. A lot of people died in California, San Francisco. They literally cleaned house over. That's why it was called the Wild Wild West. They literally cleaned house with Negroes. I showed you a show on Netflix that's called Godless. It's called Godless. They show you they cleaned out whole towns. They murdered whole towns. And the little kids used to use an underground system to run to another city. And understand things like that was built in our cities like that because we were always being attacked. When they was attacking that city on that show, the people was already saying that they was already pushed out from where the beginning of that show takes place with the mining. They was living there, and they got kicked out of that. So that's why they had trap doors to lead you out the city because they were already being attacked and they were already being murdered. You see what I'm saying? So if you watch the show Godless, it kind of gives you an idea of what was going on in the Wild Wild West, how they was murdering all those people that they were calling Buffalo Soldiers and things like that, and also how resourceful the East was in America. They was telling you when they was talking about the West, the white people was talking about the West. They was like, "Oh, it's so much stuff over here," and then the other guy was telling her like, "Look, if you think it's a lot of shit over here, wait till you get over to the East." Like he said, everything is over there. I already showed clips of that, so I'm not gonna find clips of old shit, but he said the dogs look annoyed. No, but I'm showing the dogs. I'm showing the dogs because I'm trying to show you the difference between an American Negro and unfortunately a West Indian, Caribbean, or or a French African Asiatic. Okay, we're gonna show you the difference between us because a lot of white so-called I don't like calling them white because they're not pure, they're not holy. So I don't like calling them white. They took the concept of white because they want to take the holy concept because it comes with the inheritance of our church and you understand what I'm saying? So anyway, that's why they want to be considered white here because of the status, not because they are actually white. Okay, the status of white means pure, and that's what they're taking upon, and they don't even believe in God, but yet all their money say in God we trust. Make it make sense. You see what I'm saying? It's all for the fool. It's all for the mockery of us. They put our God on a piece of paper that don't matter. Right. So anyway, and they don't even believe in God. So anyway, so we got the American pit bull, right? And then we got the American bully. And I've been trying to tell you that these people are negative and and they're bullies. Like if you get what I'm saying, I'm trying to talk in white people Russian German language where they love dogs, they love animals so fucking much. So look, maybe come here, white people. Let me explain to you the difference between a Negro and a West Indian, French, African, Asiatic Negro. Because the Africans are Negroes, right? But there'll be Asiatic Negroes, all right? There'll be Asiatic Negroes. Regular Negroes from America did not get bit by the Asian. So that's why we're not Asiatic. But a lot of Caribbean people and a lot of people from Africa, Haiti, Africa, they got bit by the Asians. So when you get bit by the Asians, you become an Asiatic and you could become a bully. You could become a bully. You're no longer the all American dog. You're no longer the American pit bull. Now you're the American bully. Okay? This is the difference between the Negroes and the Caribbeans. Unfortunately, to explain it this way, white people, do you understand now? Because they don't understand the difference. But if I speak dog language, maybe they'll understand it perfectly. Since they're part, whatever the fuck, canine, primate, whatever they go by, they understand animal language, right? So let's speak animal for them. So the difference between American bully, an American dog is very an American dog is very, as you can see, very lean, very very nice. I'm not nice wrong with the bully, but you can see what's the difference. We're very lean, very very good looking. And then here you go with the stouty. So you see where I'm going with that. just in case white people don't understand the difference between the American Negro and the Asiatic Negro. This is the difference. This will be the difference. Now, I don't know why this motherfucker want to be a bully because he's stocky or whatever, but that's just the way it is. Okay? And this dog will be more chilling. He'll be chilling. And this one will be all high strung. It will be a positive copper charge, and it'll be a negative charge. Positive charge, negative charge. We need both of the charges. Okay? Which one looks like your dog, Spawn? The bully or the bully or the American one? Which one dogs? Your dog look like the bully, or does your dog look like the American pit bull? Oh, your dog look okay. And you know, it's nothing wrong with having a bully. I think these bullies are cute, but most people that buy bullies are Spanish and West Indian, like Caribbeans. They like the bullies. They like the Chihuahuas. They like the white people like the little Frank Fritter dogs. But you're gonna see a Negro. A Negro loves his pit bull. A Negro is always gonna have a fucking pit bull. He's always gonna try to chase you with this pit bull. Negroes love their pit bulls. Okay. So yeah, I just want to show white people the difference because they don't know the difference between Negroes, right? So here goes an example of a bully. This is a Negro Asiatic bully, right? I just want to show you the difference. I'm sorry, I had to use him as an example because this is going to be the example of the bully. This is, I mean, it's nothing wrong with being built like this, but he's built like the American pit bull. And he's obviously Caribbean descent or African Asiatic descent. So they act like they don't know the difference between a Negro. I don't know if he's fully Negro or not, but you could clearly see he's most likely like Negro. And this will be the African Asiatic or the Caribbean or the Australian Aboriginal type of person. You see what I'm saying? Not really Aboriginal. I wouldn't really say Aboriginal is more Spanish, Black, Negro. They mix. Aboriginals are mixed with a lot of Spanish more than Asian, but Spanish is Asian. So I know that don't make a lot of sense, but anyway, if you could follow me, whatever. You know, I don't know if you can understand what I'm trying to explain. But a lot of people don't understand the difference, and I'm just trying to show you the difference.
Hold on. You telling me you made a sandwich? You made a sandwich? Or you came to me a raw dog? Hey, yo, give us. Bro, yo, that's the best sandwich you ever made, bro. Damn, bro.
Now you see how the Negro was like, yeah, the Negro wasn't scared of him, but he just like, yeah, like, you know, and he like, rah, like we on two different tempos. Nothing wrong with it. But white people, see the difference. Please stop having these Caribbean and African Asiatic people in our politics saying, hey, we're representing the Negro and the American Negroes when that's not us. Like, can you put a nigga in there one day? Can you put an American? We thought Obama was an American Negro, but he played a nasty game with that hair transplant. I think he got a whole hair transplant. So that's why we was confused. If he had his real hair, we might have known. But that whole split on the back of his head, I think he had a hair transplant to make it seem like he was an American Negro. And these people will go through great lengths when they're at the top to do shit like that. They will get a hair transplant. A lot of these people got hair transplants and they admitted it. Safari, Tory Lanez, all of these people have got hair transplants. LeBron James. So let's be honest, they're doing that, right? Yeah, so you know, I'm just trying to show the difference because Negroes don't have a platform. We don't have a say so. We don't have no rights. We don't need no civil rights and shit like that. So when we have people with picketing and coming in front looking for reparations, like Tariq Nasheed. He went to the Washington D.C. the wherever the fuck that is. That's really Virginia and Maryland. And when they first came over here, they went fighting. They came fighting in Boston, Massachusetts. They came in Virginia, and they fucked up Boston, Massachusetts. Then they came marching in Maryland and fucked up that, beat us up as well. I believe these were Indo-European men. They were never white people. I've been trying to explain that, and people say this stuff in my comments. They'll say, "Oh, well, these people were black." Yes, I know these people were fucking black. The white people come after the black people come and fight. The black people come fight first, and then they bring their white family, their white French, their cousins, they half brother, sister. I don't know how the fuck y'all related, but they bring their white family members after. No white people was beating our ass. Only white people that was beating our ass was them Asians because they was throwing bombs. They were not coming there doing no kung fu. Them Asians cannot fight. They do kung fu all day, but when they come and try to fight, it ain't no fight happening. They not fighting nobody. They just do kung fu in the dojo or they not coming outside doing none of the moves on nobody in real life. You know what I'm saying? So what they was doing was bombing us. That's when I remember when I was telling y'all about 4th of July, and I was like, when you celebrate 4th of July, it's just remembering how they bombed us. And they're like, oh, happy 4th of July, happy 4th of July, niggas. So that's what that's about. That's them bombing our asses. They bombed everything. They bombed California, San Francisco. They tore the West up. And then they try to tear the East up, but it's hard to tear the East up because the East does not have any conjunctions. We don't have any conjunctions on the East. We're surrounded by water, which protects us. So we're protected in this little pod where they try to exterminate us. They try to migrate us and exterminate and do whatever they could in the 1900s. They try to do everything they could and push us out, but we still dominate over here because there's no conjunctions, if that make any sense. We're like in a little spot, so it's really hard to harass somebody when you got your back up against the wall and you keeping your hands up. You know what I'm saying? It's really hard to jump somebody that got their back up against the wall. Now, if I'm in the middle or I'm on the side and you got the Bearing Strait and you got the Latin Americans just toppling on top of you, it's a very hard fight. And that I give it to the people from Texas. I give it to the people from the areas of like Memphis, Mississippi, all that, where they had to be on the front lines fighting the French, the Black French, and the Black Spaniards, the original Sephoric Jews. I don't believe that we're Sephoric Jews. I believe Kanye is the original Sephoric Jews. I believe that their people are Sephoric Jews. I believe that's a Spaniard Black people of descent. But I don't think that we're just descendants of God and we're like church people and this and that. Like, I don't want to put a label on us. Only label I put on us is God's children, holy people, pure breeds. Like, that's what I go by. I don't like to label us as anything else because, unfortunately, a lot of these people from India, a lot of these people from Asia, they try to give us these tribal, these certain things. People from the Latin America's Spanish Black people, they try to give us their cultures and force it on us. And I understand clearly that that's not what my culture ever taught us. That's not what we really practice in the South, in the Midwest and things like that. Like, we don't really practice like what they practice. So, I get what they say, but at the same time, they gotta understand it's a difference between us Negroes. It is. It's a fucking difference. And you just gotta respect it. Like, a lot of people be saying this, and that, right? About like Aboriginals and shit. But Aboriginals ain't from the South. Like, y'all have a place to be. Y'all have a origin. Y'all origin from somewhere. So when Aboriginals and people like that speak about Latin America or from there, it makes me uncomfortable because it's like, bro, you're saying that from America. You're saying that from the South. You're saying that from the Northeast. You're telling us these stories over here, and we have our own ways. You cannot talk about what was going on then to people that's from here. Like, we just always confused. And that causes confusion to my people. And I don't like that. I'll be looking like, yo, we so confused because we got everybody telling us what we are. Everybody coming from somewhere saying we this, we that, and that's from there. And it's still, you can clearly see that it's still from there. They still wear feathers. They still do their, what do they call it? When they do that calypso. when they all party out there for days outside, just jumping. What do they call that? Like they do like 3 days outside, just jumping around with feathers and shit on. Like that's not. We don't come from that. We don't dance around with feathers on. We hang out, we chill, we play fucking we play dominoes, we play we play cards. Like we not jumping around for days. That's just not. I've never seen us jump around for days. We ain't from that shit. So anyway, I just want to make sure everybody understands where the American Negro is from. I'm going to continue to explain our culture because nobody is voicing for the American Negro. I only see like 2 or 3 people, which I have named numerous of times, that talks about the American Negro from the South, the Midwest, or whatever, or from like the 50 states. Now, if you're talking about other stuff, it's like, I get it. You're probably a descendant of a Negro, but you're also probably a little bit mixed with other things. And that's where you're getting the tribal feathers from. That's where you're getting the calypso dancing for 3 days from, like, or whatever things that you people are saying. But it's like, I don't remember being raised into any of that. So I know that that doesn't come from the South. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the deep South from like Florida going to the coastlines, because I told you it gets mixy there. They come crawling up on the Florida. That's why we don't F with Florida. And that's why Florida flooded, because we don't really F with Florida. You know what I'm saying? They took over Florida a long time ago. I think that's what the Jubilee is all about. The Jubilee is all about land that was ours. Augustine Jackson, Florida. The Jackson name. As I was trying to explain to y'all in that movie, Spooky Hollow, whatever, with Marlon Wayans in Netflix, the white lady explained to you that the Irish people jumped Jack. They called him Stingy Jack. And I understand why they call him Stingy Jack, because I remember they started the new Bible off saying sharing is caring, which irritates me. I hate that fucking saying because I know exactly what it means. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, they start the Bible, the New Testament off with sharing is caring, and the Irish people jumped Stingy Jack. They jumped him, murdered him, and then they said the devil immortalized him by cutting his head off, and that's where you get the Sleepy Hollow from like Pennsylvania and stuff like that, where, I think Hell's Gate and shit is over in Pennsylvania, like Hell's Gate. They say it happened in the Irish people talk about it, but that stuff happened here. Because remember, the people from Ireland came migrating over here on the Titanic and all that. So their Irish people are explaining that about Stingy Jack, killing him and stuff, but Jack is from here, and they killed him here. They called it hangman. So you already know what hangman means, and lynching means, and the Morgan Chase big, all that is French. And I don't ever want people to think it's white French. It is Haitian black French. They are the lynchers. They are the Morgan. Yes, it's Haitian black French people. These are not white people. I don't care how much white people they show you in the movies. The white people came after the black French people cleared way for them. The Baphomet. The motherfuckers came with the guns. Bop, 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 Smith and Wesson. Okay? We was fighting niggers. We were fighting black people. Cause the blackened people, blackened, like the guy I showed you, the muscular guy, he is a black color. He's blackened. People from the South, people from America should not get that dark. It's not in our DNA to get blackened. We could be dark-skinned people, right? I showed you plenty of dark-skinned people that could be American Negroes. But we don't become that dark. It's a different color. It's a totally different color of darkened that they get. And that blackened comes from them being in areas we never were supposed to be in, which is Africa or anywhere near the equator, like Colombia, Venezuela. That's where you get the Caucasus, like Caucasus dead body. They become blackened, dead, outlawed, outlanders, okay? So these blackened people understand very well whether they got kicked the fuck out because they're pedophiles, they move on some human trafficking shit. It's very serious. This is reality. I don't want to be on conspiracy shit today. I've done enough conspiracy shit playing around, but I know for a fact this is what was going on, and this is what we had to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So all these white movies where they show white people like with Leonardo DiCaprio, in the Titanic, Jack was a Negro. You know what I'm saying? Jack dies, and then the Irish goes on to, yeah. So we understand that Jack is John, Jack Daniels, Jasper. All those names are the same. King Henry is Jacob. King Henry had a brother named Charles William, whatever. So you got to understand the families. The families were feuding. I think Elizabeth was King Henry's wife, right? But then we have Catherine too, Queen Catherine, which is Michael Jackson's mother name, and then Michael Jackson's father name is Joseph. So we got Joseph and Catherine. It's the same stories over and over. Catherine could very much well be Elizabeth because Catherine is King Henry's wife as well. So if you look up King Henry, he has a wife of Queen Elizabeth. He has a wife named Queen Isabel. He has a wife named Queen Catherine. Now, he could have multiple wives. I don't know. But I believe all of these people are the same woman and the same person. And they're all talking about the same dynamics, okay? We all know that the uncle, King Henry Jacob, had a brother, the uncle, and a lot of diabolical shit was going on between the families of how John and George was that, John got killed, Jack, and then they came for George. Just like the Tom Cabin story of, his name is Josiah Henson. Same stories, just different ways of telling the story. Where he was a part of the railroads, right? The Underground Railroads was not, it was real railroads, real trains, and he was the conductor of the train. Somehow he gets overtaken, and then Queen Elizabeth, the Victorian era occurs during that time frame, which is Mexicans, which were the Mexican people, the so-called native people that be in Canada that look, those are Mexican descent, Asian, Melanesian, coming from Oceania, Australia, New Britain. You understand? I'm going to keep repeating this, so people can have a great understanding of what the fuck happened here, okay? And why we should have our shit back. Give us our goddamn shit back, okay? That's all we really. I ain't concerned about nothing. I ain't concerned about somebody thinking I'm pretty. I ain't concerned about somebody thinking that I'm cool. I'm concerned about them brick homes that my family built, my family architect. I'm concerned about all those libraries, all those hospitals that used to be castles, all those crazy homes, asylum homes, all those beautiful built homes and castles that were built here and were changed into libraries and other shit because you don't want to let us know that we had a bunch of castles here. You understand what I'm saying? Just like the Wizard of Oz, they tell you in the Wiz, they consider us cowards with no heart. They consider us tin mans with no brain. They consider us scarecrows. They could just steal your identity. They consider us Dorothy and Toto, like all of Toto, all of you. So it's symbolic. Okay. They have another movie. It was like a black movie where they talk about how everything turned around in Kansas. It was like Kansas isn't Kansas anymore. And I think Kansas is a very symbolical thing. That's why I'm trying to explain to you, because Candace is the granddaughter of King Philip. And King Philip is on like more of the French, like I don't know, like more, not saying French from France, but like of Louisiana, like St. Louis and stuff like that. That was more of the royalty over there. So that's why Kansas is on the side of Midwest of Philip and all that. That was their kingships. It's hard to explain all of that, but that's where all that stuff comes from. But anyway, I got way off topic. I was talking about sacrifices, right? But anyway, talking about takeoff sacrifice, right? So to get back on topic, these people are trolling the shit out of me, right? So why, when Takeoff died, right? I saw Offset. Offset put up Takeoff's picture, right? He put Takeoff picture there, right? I gotta find this. Let's find this. Let me show you how crazy these people be on my back, bro. And there's no denying that they on my back. Like Jay-Z with the Proud Family. I was talking about the Proud Family and the Pride Purge. and then they come out being the Proud Family. They really think they American Negroes. They really think we still look at them like that. I do not look at Jay-Z and Beyonce as American Negroes no more. It's clear as day. Jay-Z and Beyonce are infra-fucking-traders. Beyonce is Creole from her mother, from like Louisiana, whatever, and a Creole person is an American Negro that was born in the islands. So that's a Creole person is an American Negro, but they was raised in the islands. So, and then they'll come back through the port, the Trinity Port to New Orleans. That was the port, right? So that's Beyonce's mother. So she's an American Negro. That's why the father said, I thought she was white. Because when you're American Negro, they were considered classified white, holy people, right? So he said, I thought Beyonce's mother was more whiter than what she was. He meant that he didn't know she was a Creole a Negro, but from the islands, and then came back over, they come back and forth. So it's a little bit of difference if you're raised in the islands, even if you're a Negro, you're still being raised with different kind of atmosphere, food, blah, blah, blah. So Beyonce's father is clearly French or something type of, with his flat nose and stuff is clear, right? So Beyonce's not an American Negro. Jay-Z is nowhere near an American Negro. He is definitely Russian, Black Russian, Tataria descent. As I showed you his uncle, Russian, Tataria, Black Russian people, okay? So they are infiltrating, pretending he's a Yankee and shit, Proud Family. He wants to be Negro, so he wants us to believe they're Negro. They still want us to follow them. Ain't happening here, bro. Fuck you and your navy blue hat, okay? Like, the fuck? I ain't messing with them ever again. He never came back to Marcy to get rid of none of them rats. He probably bought the fucking rats when he came with his mama and them. And they probably bought mad rats. So, if Marcy is upset about all them rats that's popping out during broad daylight, just jumping in and out them holes, if y'all still upset about that, go talk to Jay-Z. Because he probably brought that shit with him when him and his moms and them came when they brought that fucking rats over there. And he never came fucking back to exterminate them rats. He got more than enough money to figure the fuck out how to get rid of all that nasty rat infection that's happening in Marcy. I was mortified. I was scared for my fucking life when I go to Marcy, bro. During the daytime, kids is coming from school and you got big fat rats just running right across. When I'm talking about 2, 3 of them just running right across and darting inside the holes, all them holes that they making them. That's just not fucking right. Period. I don't even know why Marcy tenants are not picketing in front of places and making sure that they take care of that shit. Because that's been a long time coming and it still is very infested. And for Jay-Z to be from there and pretend he got a Yankee fucking outfit on from head to toe. Where the fuck is the stupid nigga at with his Yankee outfit on? I'ma find it. Fucking piece of shit. Yeah, you got the nerve to have a Yankee outfit on, but you can't come back and help them figure out how to get the fucking rats down a little bit, and you from there? And let's be honest, how is he really from there? How is he really? He was there since he was like 18, and then he was born. So is he really from there? You can't be from somewhere and make it at 18 and say you from somewhere. Bro, you was not from there. From there means you still there at 30-something at your mama house. Or, you understand what I'm saying? Or like 20-something. Like, you had to be at least 20-something before you left out for you to say you from somewhere. Like, you can't be from somewhere and you already on at 16, 18, making music videos and making all these moves and not really from there. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And I don't care if you got your best friend and all your family is still in the hood or whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Y'all can be all fake and infiltrators all you want. Because his best friend and them, that's not Jay-Z. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't care about the people that's still in the hood. That's not Jay-Z. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. I said, wow, this is what you want to wear? He got a whole Yankee outfit on, bro. With the American, the apple in the... Like, if he don't take his ass back to fucking Africa, Russia, like... So, I feel like he's trying to be on my back. He's trying to be on my back with his Halloween costume and all this shit. Because I be talking about them. I talk about specific people. And for him to put that costume on and for him to put this Yankee outfit on, it's just like, bro, you playing with my emotion, Smokey. But anyway, let's continue on back to Offset, right? So here goes another subliminal shot at me, right? With Offset. So Offset put a picture up of Takeoff, right? But in the process of him putting this picture up of Takeoff, right? I saw in the shade room, I put in the shade, I said, wow, he's promoting his album, right? He had his album in all caps with Takeoff picture. And I was like, bro, you really couldn't change the caption. You changed the picture and you changed your profile picture, but you couldn't change the caption. That slipped your mind. Right. So I put that in the shade room, right? Now I'm gonna show you what I did, right? And let me show you how they be on my back. This is how bad they be on my back. And they love me talking about them every fucking day. Like, they fucking love it. They love me talking about they stink asses, and I can't wait for the day I don't have to talk about they smelly, musty butts ever again. Okay? Let me just show y'all this shit, right? Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So, boom, right? Now, mind you, so Takeoff dies, right? Takeoff passes away. Now let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest. They really are murdering these people. His sacrifices have to be made through blood, unfortunately. And I put money on it. The album that just came out is gonna go platinum, and then Quavo is gonna go. Then Quavo is gonna become the Beyonce of the group. Mark my words. And I'm gonna give a prediction. I'm gonna give a prediction after this, but I just want to make sure y'all understand that my predictions be on point and watch it happens. So anyway, because I am a 116er. I am a Jesus Christer. So anyway, I'm a prophet, baby. I can't help it. So Offset so did he change the picture? Okay, so I don't know where the fuck this picture came from, but last time it was, I don't know how that happened. And that's so fucking weird because I'm telling you, it was just a picture of Takeoff only. Now it's a picture of all three of them. But before it was a picture of, okay, that's the old one. All right, here's the one I knew I wasn't bugging, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? What? So this is the first one, right? This is the first picture. So Offset changes his picture to Takeoff, right? When he dies. He dies, the nigga changes the picture to Takeoff, right? But he don't change the captation. He don't change the captation. Let me flip it for you. Let me flip this picture. Okay? So Offset does not change. He does not change the captation. He changes the profile picture. And mind you, when you change the profile picture, the bio be right there. So don't tell me that he missed that bio. You could change the profile picture, but you don't change your bio. So mind you, right? He changed the picture to Takeoff, but then the bio says code out now. Oh my God, because you already know they on code, right? They on fucking code, right? So this is weird that you're talking about a code song, right? And the nigga just got sacrificed because y'all on code, right? So boom, this is so fucking subliminal. So I'm like, wow. So mind you, I'm on it, right? Because I like to comment on the Shade Room all the time. I know the Shade Room love my comments, right? Because they responded to me the very next day. So boom, this is me in the comments, right? I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. Is he promoting his single on the low? Code out now? Laugh my ass off, right? So this is what I comment under there, right? I'm like, wow, this nigga really promoting his fucking song. Because the nigga got it in all caps. It's in all caps. And out of all songs, the song is named Code. Because they're on code. And this nigga just literally got sacrificed because of their code that they live by, right? So I was like, wow, he promoted his song. That's so fucking desperate, right? So, excuse me. I don't want to fucking lose this. Let me take a picture of this. Wait a second. Ah, fucking lost it. Fuck. All right, let me find it again. I wanted to take a picture. This is ridiculous. Yeah, so anyway, they respond the next day. They responded. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Let me just take a picture real quick of this shit. So I won't lose it again. Okay, so I wasn't arguing. I be arguing with people in Instagram. But I wasn't really arguing with these people. These people were cool. I'm gonna show you an argument I had with some weird white person about Negroes. I was talking about my Negro heritage and how Russian people stole our names. He admits that they stole our names. And he said that he's not one of the people that stole. He got his own Russian name. He don't have a Negro name. And I was like, yeah, well, that's just you. There's a lot of white people here that go by the name Jackson, Johnson, Thomas, Elliot, or whatever American name, and they don't go by, names that they have like he had. And he kept calling me stupid and this and that. And I said, bro, you keep calling me stupid. You keep calling me pea brain. I'm going to show you the argument that we had about niggers, but let me stay on topic, right? So let me show you what when I comment on the shade room about takeoff, right? Somebody comment behind me and was like, oh, well, here come damage control, right? So they like, oh, it was already there. Let me show you what they were saying. If I could fucking find the messages, how do you get to the messages? I don't even really fucking know how to use this shit. Let me see. How do you get to the messages? Okay, here go the messages. Okay, so let me show y'all these messages. So this is what some people were saying to me, right? They was like, oh, she was like, oh, I read your comment. She was like, oh, I was being nosy and checked his page yesterday morning when I heard the news, and that was already there. So she's basically saying that the bio was already there. And it's not like he promoted the song because the bio was already there. So I'm thinking in my head, like, sis, I never said that the bio wasn't already there. I'm saying the nigga changed his fucking profile picture, and he clearly saw that bio with them big cactaceans was still there promoting his song, and he could have changed the bio to like rest in peace takeoff or I'ma miss you brother. Now mind you, he changed it the next day, and that's what I'm trying to show you. He could have did that from jump. He could have did that from jump, but he didn't. He only did it because I said something about it. Now, mind you, here goes damage control, right? So one girl said that it was, or she was like, "Oh, I'm being nosy," blah blah blah, right? And then somebody else said, "I thought that too." But it was been in his bio before it happened. So mind you, I feel like that's damage control because I got two different people saying the same fucking shit. And usually that's like them computers be writing this. Like if you ever go to the shade room and you look for comments to see if somebody's going to say the same shit you thinking, but you keep seeing the same comments over and over. Like, why is everybody saying the same shit? Because those are fake fucking pages. It'd be like 500,000 fake pages saying a bunch of. It's like, I think it's called spam, like spam pages. So I feel like they sent some spam. They sent some spam my way. So now I see that I got their attention on what I said in the shade room, right? He ain't changed the captation yet. This is right after I wrote the shit, right? So they're like, oh no, it was there before, right? So I'm like, okay, whatever, right? So now, mind you, if it wasn't nothing, right? Why the next day he changed his fucking captation? If it was fucking nothing, why change your captation? And one day, first it was this. After I wrote what I wrote, and then they sent the ops to me. Like, oh no, it was there already, right? All right, so if it was there already, why the fuck he changed it? Why the fuck did he change it the next day? And then the shade room posted this. The shade room posted. It's not like I went on his page and looked for it. The shade room post that he changed his fucking bio and put an alien from another. You see what I'm trying to say? If it was nothing wrong with what he did, right? If it was, the shade room post this, right? And then I made my comment. If it was nothing wrong with what he did, why would he change it the next day? And then look at my comment. I wrote a comment too. I wrote a comment in here. I said, wow. Wow, he changed it. The very fucking next day, why would the shade room even post this? So the shade room is posting that he changed his bio so they could show me that the nigga changed his fucking bio. Now you can't tell me that ain't fucking true. I'm like, yo, these people really want to kill me or something. Like, God forbid, like, or they playing games with me. You understand what I'm saying? Because what the fuck was that? I mentioned that the nigga, I mentioned that he had his album there and then he changed it the next day. Because first of all, it was inappropriate. It was all in caps. It was all in captation. And then when he changed it, when he changed from an alien to another, it's not even, it's all lowercase. It's all lowercase. Like, I know people probably don't understand what I'm saying, but you gotta understand what I'm saying. You gotta understand what the fuck I'm trying to say. Thank you, Yisan. I feel like if I'm not, I don't feel like I'm blessed. I just feel like I'm one of the American Negroes that know who they are. And when an American Negro know who they are, oh, you have to be a very what do they call Raven Simone? You about to get real Raven Simone with it. You about to have mad telekinesis shit happening where you don't even know where the info is coming from. So that's what they say, like, oh, do you speak to God? And does God speak back? It's like, bro, I speak to God. My fucking palms, 116 palms, say, God hears me. They say it in my palms. Palm 116 says, God hears my sorrows. He hears everything I fucking say. Does he speak back to me? He don't fucking have to say a word. It's telekinesis, nigga. We don't have to say a word. A word don't have to be spoken. And I heard everything he said. You understand what I'm trying to say? Can I get an A motherfucking man? Can I get a hallelujah? Okay? He hears everything and he responds. And if you can't hear him, it's because you don't got telefucking kinesis, nigga. And they tell you the people of the Native Americans or whatever, what do they call it when they got the 12 tribes of Judah? It's called NA something. Those are, if you look up the title of it, it gives you the example of what we have. It's like, I'm telling you, if y'all really do y'all research behind the Native American Negro, you'll understand how serious it is with all, we are the jack of all trades. Literally the jack of all trades. We are the hijack. We are the ace. You see what I'm saying? That's why my name is spelled Candace. Cause it's not Candice. When you have ice, it's more of people from a different area. They don't use ace. They use ice like with an I. They don't use the A like ace, like alpha, like atom, like advanced. So it's like ace because ace trumps all. You see what I'm saying? So Candace, and that's why I have like the tattoo that says Dace because a lot of people were saying Candace, whatever. And I'm like, no, it's Candace. It's Candace. It's Candace. But, and if you Southern, they be like Candace, or whatever. But, it's Candace. It's not Candice or Kansas or Kansas, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? So the ace part is very crucial with it. So when you spell it that way, it's all we doing this on purpose. You see what I'm saying? It's not by accident. None of this shit is by accident when it comes to us. You know what I'm saying? This is voyou shit. Voyou flush. You know what I mean? And we play cards, that's our game. Okay, so anyway, and then like the card game, 52 pickup. Cause it's 52, it's 52 nations or something like that. It's 52 nations. So the 52 card pickup, it was all symbolizing, that shit all symbolizes something. So anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that Offset shit, right? So mind you, Offset got set up by Quavo. It's obviously that Quavo did a sacrifice on Takeoff. And that's probably why Offset got the fuck out the way. That's probably why Offset got the fuck out the way because he understand that probably Quavo is probably willing to do what he got to do to be on top. I think Quavo really, really wants to be like one of those people. You see what I'm saying? So you got to do what you got to do for the greater of the good. And I get those concepts though. That's real. That's a real saying that comes from Buddhist principles. Okay, and most of these Buddhist principles are like, I'm gonna get you back, like I'm gonna get you, bitch, or you know what I'm saying, like an eye for an eye. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. It's like very, It's not like a nice thing. You understand what I'm saying? It's very like revengeful kind of shit. Or and now when I say revengeful, it's more like this. It's more like a scale. Like we're gonna make the evens odd. We're gonna make the odds even and things like that. So anyway, so when Jay Z uses the greater of the good, you gotta understand he means he's sacrificing shit. He sacrificed and all the Negroes that were following. He knew he had a big following, and he sacrificed all those Negroes. All those Jay Z is investing in the jails. The jails are the new lynching of the Negro. You understand what I'm saying? I was taping Negroes the other day. This guy, he was in jail the other day. He said he wasn't doing nothing. He was just chilling. He was on TikTok, and when you look at him inside the jail, ain't nothing but Negroes in there, bro. I'm like, damn, it's way more Negroes than any other race. Maybe some West Indian thing like that, because most West Indian stuff, they're like first generation. I could kind of deal with the first generation of the people that's West Indian stuff that's born here, because their parents are not really putting them on to that voodoo and that they know about it, but they not connected to it like their parents and their grandparents were. Their grandmas be drinking beers and shit like. Their grandmas be drinking beers like. You know what I'm saying? So they not really connected. The West Indian Caribbeans that's born here, first generation, I can kind of deal with them, but their parents and their grandparents know what type of witchery stew. They know what type of stew witchery they were on. Okay, and I'm not saying that they don't beef with the white people, but they are more diabolically inclined with the white people when it comes about coming against the American Negro, the inheritor, because of the stingy Jack narrative. Okay? And that's a real fucking narrative. Like, there's no making that shit up. I'm sorry to make people think that any other last name is more important than the Jackson name. I've been trying to explain that shit from day one. The Jackson name is the most important last name in the world. It's no more important name than the Jackson name. And then comes the Smith name. And only why the Smith name is so important because it's the same story of John Smith and Pocahontas, Jackson, Mississippi, Pocahontas, and John Smith, the Indo-European or whatever, the man, the Joseph, whatever the fuck he is, okay? That comes together, these two families that come together is no more important names than the Jackson, and then which the Jackson is the red apple, and then the Smith is the green apple. And when you see after George Washington dies, it goes to Curtis and Lee, which it was in a green line, like Marcus, like 50 Cent, Marcus Jackson, Curtis Jackson. You understand what I'm saying? This green Granny Smith apple line is Jamaican and shit like that, which they come from the Canada, the Dutch. You understand what I'm trying to say? And the Dutch intermixed with us at some point and then brought the Amsterdam people. This is history. Period. I don't like it when people don't understand who the Dutch people were. These are like West. These are like this is like the lady, the Janice lady, or the like that Janish lady. I don't know if people know that Janish lady. I'm trying to think of more like, or like the lady, the Ralph Sarah. What's her name? Something Ralph that won the award. She's also Jamaican descent. Those people, like they're like the new foundational. They came and was working with us. So people don't understand the difference because they are probably of Negro but bit by the Asian. That's why they're green, Granny Apple Smith, and is the red apple Archer, the Orchard of Arch. And I know people do not fucking understand what I mean, but you should get it because it is very. What? Who's arguing? Well, why y'all arguing inside the chat? It's I gotta go see someone. I'll see you next time. All right, Spawn. Spawn got out of here. But if Spawn is bothering you, Helena, I'll get him for you. I'm gonna have to tighten him up on Instagram because he can't be bothering my people in my chat, and especially if it's like people that I know. But anyway, y'all all cool. So hopefully y'all are just joking. Hopefully, like y'all play fighting, like brother and sister, or something like that. Because at the end of the day, we all people of melanation should start to get along. We don't get along because of the fact that some people don't like that we understand that Negroes from South, from the South, and from we are a little. They don't want us to be like, oh, we are. Just like I showed you with the dogs. Unfortunately, we are. So y'all gotta accept that. Y'all gotta accept the difference, and then we can fucking get along. But for y'all to just continue to be a part with the white and the Asians and the Chinese and the Indians, you want to be a part of that because they bitch y'all and y'all half us, half that. Y'all more us than them. Y'all still look like Negroes at the end. Y'all still look like niggas at the end of the day. So even if you bit by the Indian, you bit by the Chinese, and you want to be African Asian, you want to be Negro Asiatic, you still got to remember that y'all more of us than y'all will ever be of them. And you better be happy that you more of us than you will ever be of them, because you get to lay in the sun, you get to play in the sun all day. So, and then some black people can't play in the sun. Some black people that's of hate, that's dark and black and people, they got skin conditions just like white people. So some of these people, some of these black people just don't identify with us at all. And the blackened people, I can understand. I don't think blackened people come from America. I mean, comes from, because if you really look into researching like the tortoise and the turtle concept, it's a group of people that the tortoise does not go to, and that's Antarctica in Australia. And remember, these blackened people say that they come from the black hole of Antarctica, and they monitor that black hole like as if something else might be coming the fuck out of it. I don't know. They monitor that black hole in the South Pole in Antarctica. They monitor it. They monitor the measurements of it. They monitor. So this is a serious concept of what the fuck comes out of Australia, because we're not of descent of Australia. They say that the tortoise goes to Malaysia. It's in the North America, North South America, Malaysia, or other places that probably have melanated people. But in Australia, in Antarctica, it does not come from there. The tortoise does not extend there. And I think that that's not by accident, because that's where the Aborigine people come from. The blackened people with the fat noses that make albino people, that creates Caucasian, melanated, Micronesian people over in Australia, Oshishina, and that's where you're getting the Aaron's Rod, and the peace treaties that we have to make from the beginning of these two different cultures of black people. It was never, I'm never talking about white people. White people come after, and then the point of what's going on right now, white people, I don't consider them white, but Russian, Chinese, East Indian people, they are sticking together and they are diabolical. So they have gained, they really got strategic for this time frame. They knew it was going to come. They made movies about this time frame of the end of their times here, as far as contract goes. So this is why they want you going on Bitcoin. They want you to get off the grid, because they can't really conduct business legally no more. Okay, the contract is fucking up. And the West Indian and the Dutch and the British people are not explaining that contract to the Negro. You understand what I'm saying? But whatever that they are planning on doing, it doesn't include the Russian, Asian, and Indians really no more. So they are concerned. And they are trying to find another grid. And Kanye is helping them. Kanye is trying to put you on Bitcoin. Kanye is trying to tell you that you're a Jew. And we're not, I don't even think we're fucking Jews. Jews are Sephoric Spaniard black people. That comes from probably like Panama, the Spanish black people. They come from like back over there. Those are more Sephoric Jews than American Negroes would be. You understand what I'm trying to say? We were being genocide and things like that, but I think we are like of a lineage of kings and like not like of Jews, but of a royalty of this. I don't know what that is called, but that's what the fuck we are. 100%. No one has more castles and more things than we have. They took down all those. There used to be like a bunch of lion fixtures in front of a lot of these libraries. in front of a lot of these big buildings that they make courthouses. It was a bunch of lion fixtures there. That after the World Trade, the World the world fears, after the world fears of like 1920, the new nation, the mass production, the change of everything, after murdering and bombing, leaving the orphans and then sending them off to war and letting them get murdered, and then now jail for us. This has been a diabolical plan on us. They after the world fears, they ripped down all of our lion fixtures. All of the lion fixtures got ripped down. They keep the buildings there, but they rip down all of the fixtures of the lions because they don't want you to put the connections that all the lion fixtures were here and not of Egypt. Egypt only has one fucking lion over there. When you go to Egypt, they don't have a bunch of lion fixtures in front of their places. They don't even have beautiful landmark buildings. They don't have shit over there. So you understand what I'm saying? So you got to understand that that's why they ripped down all the lion fixtures over here after the World Trade. They had to break down a lot of shit. They had to take down a lot of technology. They had to take down a lot because they wanted to sell water to wells. They wanted to sell out. They wanted to sell us our shit back. Okay, that's all the fuck that's happening here. So I just want Negroes to be on code, just like Offset in them. You ain't gotta sacrifice nobody over here, baby. We just want you to be on code and understand what we are up against. And if you keep supporting these people, they will go nowhere. A lot of these people, they own stores, they own businesses, but they're not really rich because they got to send a lot of that money back to their country. That's the only reason why their country government put these people in place here, and a lot of that money goes back to their country. Really, it's not really going to their pocket. Only people that really eat is like a very small percentage of people. And those people, they live better than the average Negro, but they don't live as good as you think they do because the money gets separate out. It always goes to the top, the people that put them in those positions. We are not in no positions, and if we was to make money, it would go in our pocket and it would go to our family. That's why they don't give a fuck about having us in any positions. It keep us as consumers. They want us to buy. They want us to fuck up our name and do scams. They want us to sell drugs, sell this and that, get locked up to keep paying them. When we get locked up, it's ching ching bling bling for them. Because they know a bunch of bitches is going to be putting money on niggas' books. They know a bunch of niggas going to be getting taken care of, paying a seed amount of money to just take care of niggas in jail. They spending way more money on things that cost 50 cents out here, cost $1, $2 in there. So there is ching ching bling bling. And it's coming off the American Negro woman because the American Negro is in jail. So you see how they keep fucking us. So anyway, just be on code. I know people, if you follow me on Instagram and stuff, y'all saw that I went to Six Flags. I wanted to go to Fright Fest or whatever because, COVID stopped. I always wanted to go to Fright Fest, but I never got to go. And then COVID and all that stuff happened, so things were closed down. So now that it's opened back up, I went. And I don't want people to think that I went supporting white people in their carnivals. Because you got to understand that these carnivals like Coney Island and Six Flags was up there before white people and stuff took over. It was our shit. Like when I went to Six Flags, sometimes it's for educational purposes. And I look at all the stuff that they have. And then I Google like the time frame of when it was built. And I figure out who built it and who did this. So when you go to Six Flags, it's like mad little rides and stuff that's in there. Was there from day one that they never ripped down. Like the carousel was built in like 18 something. It was built by somebody's named something Williams. And remember I told you like Charles Williams, Elizabeth was all in New Jersey. And then Elizabeth and Georgia, all of us was over in York. And I think all of it at one point was York. All of it was York at one point. But then when they changed the borderlines, York becomes New York and it becomes New Jersey. Because the royal family was splitting. At some point, Elizabeth did not want Mary and her son to take it all because Mary is the conjunction of all families. So her firstborn son, James George, took it all. Okay, John and Mary, John Smith and Pocahontas, John and Mary, whatever, got together, and then everything goes to the son of Jesus, of George, of James. Okay, so they didn't want that to happen. Elizabeth with Henry. That was his wife, but for some reason, I think something happened with the uncle with Charles. But I'm not going to explain history anymore like that because you're just going to have to Google and figure out what they did with these people and what they did with the real Queen Elizabeth and AKA Catherine, AKA Isabella, is all Henry Jacob's wife. All right. They said that they messed her face up so bad where you couldn't recognize who she was in her grave. So why go back to Queen Catherine's grave and rip off her face to the point where you cannot recognize who that person is? They was doing things like that because they don't want you to identify that she was an American Negro. She didn't have those certain features, so they ripped the features off. And then they try to act like, oh, well, they were doing it to them statues back there. That's the scam. Don't fall for the scam. They don't got enough things back there to prove that that really was like their situation. That's just them trying to act like, oh, the statues out there, they ripped the noses off. No, they was ripping everything the fuck off over here in America. Ripping the face, the nose, the this of the descents, burning the bodies so you can't fucking go back to trace your lineage because they don't want you to inherit your shit. Okay? That's the lesson to be learned in my lives. My lives ain't about nothing else. It's about my heritage, my inheritance, and how it got stolen, how they're murdering us, how they're still murdering us, how they faked slavery for us when it was slavery for the Caribbeans and the Africans. Those people were participating in slave trade with the Arabs and the Asians, had nothing to do with us. They tried to put that bullshit on us, do the switcheroo, and now you got people picketing saying give us civil rights. And you understand? It was a big, all of this is a big fucking scam and everybody's involved. Everybody's involved. So, you know what I'm saying? The American nigga don't got no wins. So, only thing we could do is be smart. When you're getting jumped, you gotta be fucking smart. So you don't end up, you gotta come out with some bruises and shit, but don't get annihilated. You know what I'm saying? You wanna live to see another day. So, we gonna have to be super fucking on code and smart about how we're calculating our money, because every time we spend $1, it's never coming back to us. When we take $1 out of our pockets and God we trust, out of our fucking trust, out of our God's trust fund, we are giving it back to benign people. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, it's really a fucked up situation that they put us in, and they make fun of us every fucking day, saying that we're stupid, we're pea brains, we're simple people, and Negroes are so soft spoken. As you could see in the video with the guy that was big and strong, and he came in front of that black boy, he's like, it's not like he's scared. It's just like, I can't match your energy. I can only be who I am. So he's telling him like, yo, I don't know how to, he's not going to be like, oh, with him. He's not going to do that with him because that's not who he is. And that guy is going to act all jacked up because that's who he is. You see what I'm saying? So we just got to understand the difference and be very careful because they're over here. We're not over there. We're not over there. We're not over there. We're not over there. We're only here. We always were here. Okay? Get that through your big, thick ass fucking skull head. We was never nowhere else because Negroes don't migrate further than pass up the way. We don't go too far. We like to stick together and be in house with our family. And then everybody decided to be like us. And it took us away from us. So now we're no longer doing what they're practicing that they learned from us. So as an example, if an East Indian woman, a red dot Indian woman, right, see her son marrying, it could be a Caucasian woman, it could be a Chinese woman, it could be a Negro woman, it could be a Spanish. An East Indian woman will disown her son. She will fucking own her son and say, I'm not dealing with you. I don't want to deal with you. Now, this isn't probably 100% all East Indians. But this is going to be 99%. This is going to be the majority of that want you to marry in-house. You learn this in philosophy. To stay in your fucking lane. And that's what we were doing. Now the American Negro is literally the only person that's not staying in his lane. He's not staying in his lane. He's literally going outside of his own lineage. And when he goes, it goes to the woman in her fucking lineage. So they are continuously destroying us, and we got to get back to the basics of what they're doing. They're doing it. They're still doing it. They're still practicing to stick together. Chinese people, the Chinese Asian community, they stick together. They want you to marry together. They want you because they understand the importance of keeping a tight circle and keeping all what you have in house. You understand what I'm trying to say? So the American Negro is being benign and they're being very foolish, and it's because of a long time beating that we've been taking. We've been taking a fucking beating of everybody just us against the world. You see what I'm saying? Tupac is 100% correct about a lot of things he rapped about, but he, of course, is another stage person that just wanted to steal our hearts. You gotta understand that they're putting people up on stage that's not of us, that's just there to steal our hearts. And then you know what I'm saying? And then see what happened to him, and it keeps us in a whipping. You understand what I'm trying to say? So Tupac was just a fucking stage puppet, being us, being righteous, and saying, hey, they're doing this, they're doing that to Brenda had a baby, but all these things, right? But you gotta understand that he's just making us be like, wow, and then look what happens to him. And it makes us go, it takes the confidence right back away. He gives you confidence, and then they take it back away. So they're playing with your hearts. They're playing with your minds all the time with your idols. Your idols are a puppet that plays with your heart because they make you love them, and then they do the things that make you say, oh my God, look what happened to them. I don't want to become Tupac. I don't want to get murdered, but I don't want to go too far in life and get murdered. I don't want to be such a great Negro and get murdered. You understand what I'm saying? So they continuously play with your confidence. Just go for it. Go for whatever the fuck you need to go for. Be very confident in what you're wearing. Be very confident in if you want to put on whatever the fuck you want to put on. Don't ever make somebody feel like you got to spend $500 on this just to be like, nigga, you ain't up on this. Don't ever follow those concepts. Be very confident in your skin and you, because you are the idol. You are what the fuck they want to be. When you see those people put blackface on, when you see them put those those furry helmets on, they want to fucking be you. They want to be fucking you. They want to be you. They want to be here. They want to fucking be here. They pay to be here. They put fucking money in to be here. Okay, so have that confidence of what they're trying to be. You should be walking around like this all day. When I take pictures and stuff like that, I never notice how much I take pictures and I never notice how much I keep my chin the fuck up. I never notice how I just naturally just always got my chin up. You understand what I'm saying? So just understand that. Just become that again. Negroes need to become that shit again. And they're going to fucking fade the fuck away when Negroes become that again. That's going to be the coming of the Messiah. That's going to be Jesus is back. God's sons are back. God's chosen children are back. They out the fog of the Wizard of Oz being drugged. The monkeys, the witches. We gotta beat it all. We gotta beat it all to get back home. I hope that I'm motivating and like I said, at some point I always knew I was special, right? So that's why I've always been a winner. I've always had no help in life, but I've always had, because I'm the winner. I'm the chicken dinner winner. You understand what I'm saying? Because I always knew what the fuck I was. So it's very hard to explain to somebody else what they are, because when I come across other Negroes, I be like, damn, they so fucking far gone. I'm not letting them take me down with them. So it's a lot of Negroes that are to themselves with their mentality of knowing what they are, winning, and being confident in what they got to do, and not spending their money foolishly, and not indulging into a bunch of parties and things like that, because it goes into a lot of other culture money. Your money goes into other culture pockets. All those clubs, all that don't go to the Negroes. The Negroes don't own clubs. We don't own none of that shit. So only thing you need to be putting your money in is your necessities, because Negroes always live simple and like to be in the house or around their neighborhood, and that don't cost you $1. That don't cost you $1. When we participate in other things and other cultures and other, that's when we spend money. So you gotta start having a better fucking brain and not fall into the temptation of, oh, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that, you don't. No, nigga, because my people fucking don't win when I do that. So unfortunately, you gotta fucking sacrifice and you gotta do certain things and you gotta be on code, or we're never gonna get back to what we were. And that was a great, great, great set of people that we lost. The people that are gone that used to be here that did all of this were a very fucking great set of people. And I would love to see those Negroes back being that intelligent again, having more dialogues and debates instead of seeing Moorish, West Indian Moor people or African people. They're over here doing all these debates. And then when I hear the debates, I'm like, bro, they're not even in tune. If a Negro gets his mind right, in our natural intunity, you'll be so shocked on all the shit that they know and you'll be like, wow, they will be so impressive. And trust me, we were very impressive people. They learned all the shit from us, like being judges, being, politics, all that was here. It was they don't have politics. They have dictatorship over there. It's no, you get to choose, we have a whole different kind of concept here, and it fucking is amazing on how it works. And it's a great fucking system. And look what we were able to establish with trains, underground systems. They don't have none of that shit anywhere else. They have some shit they have things like that in other places, but it's newly developed because they learned it from us. And then they helped us do it, and then they got rid of us, and they don't want to admit that most of that shit in France, most of that stuff in China was bitten off of us. It's all new shit over there. It's not predating our stuff. Our stuff is more ancient and old landmarks. Their stuff is newly built houses, newly built. So you could clearly see who was the original people and who was the original, architects and the archers and all these, the armies and everything comes from us. Very fucking special, very, very. So that sounds like when you understand, and I have to make sure I give this message and give this motivation because I'm not the only special one. It's in our DNA. You better fucking activate it, okay? You better activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. You understand what I'm saying? And then you get your little you get that extra spirit in you, and you just be surprised on how much energy we have, how fucking brilliant, how we can execute. We execute the hard labor already. We already are executing the hard labor. It's not hard to run the books or to manage people. Managing people is just overwatching the hard work. They're not fucking figuring out shit. When you try to ask a boss or something like, hey, do you know something? The supervisor don't know shit. So how the fuck is you the super? They just watch you. Their job is to watch you work hard. And make sure you working fucking hard. Like, we are the fucking everything. Don't you get that? And I'm not just saying the American Negro. Of course, we have some Spanish Negroes that consider themselves Spanish, but they're probably really fucking Negroes. Some Spanish Negroes, I'm looking like, what make you think you're Spanish? Like, just because you speak it or something, or maybe somebody in their family is, but they gotta understand it's probably like a very small percentage. But anyway, I'm not even gonna get into that. Like, people could be whatever the fuck they are, because if they're not all American Negro, I could even care. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I don't need no half breed messing shit up as always. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want no half breed that look like a Negro, because Negro seeds is always going to supersede. And you're going to look like a Negro when we in here, right? I don't want no half breed coming and fucking everything up because they want to be like, oh, well, I'm 1% Spanish or I'm 3% this Filipino. Like, okay, well, you understand what I'm saying? So you want to be an infiltrator for a minute. Okay. But at the end of the day, when you go to those countries, they look at you as a nigga. So go ahead and be an infiltrator, agent, Jason Bourne, and when they done with you, or when they sacrifice your ass because somebody wants to get a step ahead, don't expect us to be like, oh, I feel so bad for Takeoff, or oh, I feel so bad for Aaron Carter. No, bro, they signed up for that shit. And they are very much aware of the sacrifices that are being made. It's clear. It's clear that they are because I seen it on street level of all the sacrifices that get made for people to get a couple things for them to act like they're better than people. And it's like, bro, but you had part of these sacrifices, bro. I'm not stupid, bro. I don't care if it's cancer or if it was a murder or if it was this. I think that they are able to put something in somebody's food and give people cancer. I'm telling you, it's going down like that. If you dating a West Indian or something like that, and you an American nigga, be careful with how you eating your food and shit like, cause it's going down, bro. It goes down. They could put life insurance on you, and it could go down on you, bro. You be all sick. You don't know why you sick. They put arson in your coffee. Like, be careful with these people because they know that's how they move. They strategically move like that, and Negroes don't understand their concepts of how they get their money, how they get their wealth, and they want to live a better life in this lifetime. In this lifetime. You know what I'm saying? They know it's only one life, and they trying to really get all in the good space, the good graces of this area. Because if you don't live in this area, the best quality of life will be here. The best air, the best water, the best everything. So you know what I'm saying? So it's very, very, you gotta understand their mentality is, listen, if I gotta kill a couple people or if I gotta push somebody off a boat, you know what I'm saying? And so I don't have to eat this salt water. This water is a little bit contaminated, or I gotta drink Pepsi all day because the water has feces in it and they don't have a good recycling system and blah 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 blah. Okay? Or drinking coconut water all day because the island doesn't have a resource of a river or a lake. A lot of islands don't have those resources. They gotta have people shit in shit. So, you know, it's very, very, very strategic plays by these people. And I just want Negroes to be very, very strategic going forward. I've been strategic for a long time, and I'm good. I want other people to be good. I'm not up here not taking my own advice. My advice has already been taken. Okay? I have been making power plays, and I'm very strategic. So, and nobody could throw me off my fucking game. I've been talking to people that's like West Indian, this and that, and I feel like sometimes they are strategically, when they see the level that I'm on, they try to throw like little tack, you know, like the little tacks or something to stick in my feet. Try to bring me down, try to bring my confidence down, try to bring my money, like try to play with my money. I see, and sometimes I feel like that's a strategic play on them because they want. You would think, oh, that's just how a man is or something, but it's not men. It could be women friend too. It could be women friend. A lot of these people from different descents, they notice your confidence and they know what you are, and they try to fucking play with that shit. And I get rid of them immediately. I'd be like, bro, you're never gonna get me off of my fucking show, my storyline. I will get rid of you first before you ever sabotage my shit because you think the American nigga should be on welfare. You think I should be doing less than what I'm doing. And I'm telling you, people be really in coming to your life and saying, oh, you on a level that I don't feel like you should be on. I want to bring you down. And remember that you hear that shit first. So when you experience it, understand it's probably not being done because, oh, they jealous or they insecure. No, that's a coding. They on code on your ass and they trying to bring you down a notch. And they know what you are and they don't want you to have your head. They don't want you to have your head held high. They don't want you to remember exactly that God chose to fuck you and you a special one. And you don't gotta leave no fucking where. They can't do nothing with you here. They can't do nothing with you here but try to kill you and put you in jail. They can't take you nowhere the fuck else. So just remember that and know how special that is, that you have the ability. It's a lot of people here that don't have that fucking ability. Okay? So understand that that's your ability. Your ability is that you, your mama, your grandmother, all of you is from here. And they can't take you nowhere the fuck else. They take you somewhere else, you might die. You might die off because you don't origin from here. And you so spoiled over here that when you try to go somewhere else, you're going to see why you will most likely not survive. You will not survive those kind of environments. Because you're such a spoiled little fucking nigger. Such a little Negro, little nappy Negro running around, spoiled ass. Because God said so. Because God said we could. Anyway, if you don't understand it, then go other places and see how much they care about God. See how much they study God in other countries. You understand what I'm saying? They don't really practice none of that. They bullshitting. There's some Spanish people and stuff that practice God just as much as us because they understand who they descend from. the Spanish people and stuff that comes from America, whatever, they understand who they descend from. They know they come from Negroes. They know they come where they coming from. So they know that God and stuff is just as important to them because they know where they get it from. Okay? So anyway, I'm not gonna stay here long because I do want to start coming up here more often. So I don't want to be up here for long. I did talk about Takeoff, and I did want to talk about Aaron Carter a little bit. I believe Aaron Carter is another subliminal sacrifice where Aaron Carter, just the biblical time frames that we're in about the Aaron's rod of, I guess, since the Jubilee contract is up, and the Jubilee contract is about Aaron's rod. It's about Aaron and Moses, which is Moses is American Negro. Y'all say Moses and Aaron was brothers, and they were not brothers. They are not blood brothers. Moses got sent up the river because of the Jesus narrative concept where they were killing all Negroes, they were killing all men, they were getting rid of all men in America or whatever. So a lot of royal families were sending their families to France or sending their families over abroad because they didn't want their children, their sons, to get murdered. Because Moses was an important person. They'll say Moses was a descendant of a slave, but you got to understand when they talk about slaves and descendants, they're talking about the royal people from America. They just don't never want you to understand that you're a royal person from America because they want you to think royalty comes from France. And that's what the Haitians, with the Port-au-Prince, they think that they're the royalty when they had to fight in the Union to get sharecropping positions. So are they really royal Port-au-Princes? No. It's made up shit. They are angry. Aaron, and understand, Aaron only is a king in the ocean. He's never going to be king on land. So Aaron and Moses are not fucking brothers. They were not blood related. They were like probably related somewhere in the world in life, but not directly related how people are saying. Moses was sent because of the murderings. They were sending royals out to France and shit like that. So Aaron passing the rod or whatever, that's just them making a pact. Because Moses was bringing people that he said, let my people go, blah, 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 blah. So you understand what I'm saying? That was like a pact that was being made, and people are getting that concept mixed up. But I'm not really going to get into that because I believe that has a lot to do with the same shit that they're saying about the Uncle Tom cabin, how they were bringing people from Mexico or wherever they was bringing people from, the West Indies and shit, to Nova Scotia, because like I said, it's a lot of Negroes that were sent to the West Indies. So Moses telling them, hey, let my people go, is basically saying, like, those are people from here, and we're not letting them be slaves over here. We're not letting you treat them the way y'all cutting their hands up, doing all this wild shit over in the islands. They were getting out of control. And we were letting our people go over there. You see what I'm saying? So, but I'm not going to really get into that right now either. But that's what the Aaron Carter and him dying, and these people dying, just like Takeoff. Look at their real names. All of it is biblical. All of it is biblical names. I'm not really going to be able to get into all that, but like I said, like you should get the concept by now on that. All history is about the American Negro and like French descent Negro, French African black and outlawed melanated people. That's where the fight is always going to be with. It's always going to be through Alvin and Simon, bro. And Theodore just be around. Theodore is like the Caribbean. Theodore is like the Spanish Negro, the West Indian, like the Israelite. Like that's Theodore is just there. And sometimes Theodore links up with Simon because people don't like that Alvin is the he's number one. He's all American. He is the seed. He is the Johnny Appleseed. He is you understand what I'm trying to say? He's the all of why everybody is here. You're coming from the seed of Adam and all that. So they don't want to acknowledge our pedestal being number one, and then number two and number three. They're not. So number two and number three is just linking up because that's just the way it works. Just like this is where they get the concepts from when you see competitions like Big Brother House Big Brother or whatever. The concept is to, hey, let's gain up on the most important person and get them out of here so we can have a chance. Because they're basically saying like, look, we're not as strong as this person. We're weak. We're weaker compared to this person. We're watered down. We're watered down. We're not as pure and as potent as this person. So guess what? Let's link together and let's take this star out. And then we got a chance to fight each other. Now we got a chance to fight each other over second and third or who go first. So that's all that's fucking happening here. It's just like the black French, the blackened people, and then some Caribbeans and stuff that link with them because we're not that acceptive of people. So they link together, and then the white and the Asians in them, they all collab. And then once they get rid of us, they could go back to fighting about which weak ass group is going to take our number one spot here in North America, the Americas, with none of them origin here. And the people that origin here is still here, but now we don't exist. We're native Indian, Navajo, we're feather Indian, Asian looking people these people clearly come from India, clearly comes from Russia, clearly comes from China, Russia, clearly comes from Mexico because they came down, so this is clear. So you can't be from one place and then be from another place. Where are you from? You can't be from America, the American Southern Negro, and be from Mexico and be from Russia, China. You understand? You can't be from everywhere. You got to origin from one spot. You understand what I'm saying? So the only person that origins from America is the American Negro. You're not going to find nobody else that origins from here. The people that was fighting in the war in the South, you really think that it was native Indians in underwear with feathers fighting in South Carolina? No, you think that was what was here? You think it was Indian people with feathers, with underwear? You see how the cartoon pictures that they show you with the wars? The Indians had underwears on with like feathers. You think those people were in South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi? You think those Indian people with underwears is from Mississippi, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, Pennsylvania? You think that's what the fuck was over here, origin from here? And those same people look Asian, so they origin from Asia, and they origin from America in the South? But yet the South still have a whole bunch of Negroes here. We're still here. We still dominate here. Chinese and Asian people dominate in China. They don't dominate in the South. So you think those people were origin from here? You think that an African comes over here and they start to look like us? You think Africans come over here and then they just start to look like an American Negro? No. Africans still look like fucking Africans. I see Africans having kids here and they still look like Africans. They don't start to look like American Negroes. So why would y'all ever? I never fell for that story. I thought we had no choice. And we didn't have no choice. But now it seems like we get it. It's an open just like with your insurance, it's like an open register. So like from November to December, you could change your insurance. It's like an open registry. So I feel like this is the moment of an open registry for American niggas that know they were from here. They never it was never no Indians. American niggas that have a brain that understand all they feel me from here. You could backtrack all the way back to your great grandmother from here. You gotta have a brain at some point to say, hey, you got beat in the head. The joke is over now. The mockery is done. We're no longer going to participate and be the clown, be the joker anymore. We're no longer going to be the joker and the big joker anymore here. And we're going to reclaim our crown. We're going to, instead of playing the joker, we're going to be back to the royal suit. It's a choice at this point. At this point, we have an open session. It might be a small window, just like your insurance. It might be a small open registry window that we have here. It's a big decision that's going to have to be made in the upcoming elections. I feel like people should go and picket it out in front of the election booths and do not vote and put your John Hancock on any of these electors because none of them are Negroes and none of them are ever you're going to sell yourself again for who knows how many fucking years to who knows who because you're signing your name and putting your address and giving them your ID and saying, I'm okay with it. You're saying that. So you got to understand at some point when you're signing shit and you're voting and you're putting your name on shit that you're giving permission over you to now who? To whoever they're going to put in office. Trump is not here to fucking help us. He's Jewish. He's Russian, Jewish, fake Irish, fake German. He's German. His mother's supposed to be Irish, and we know white people are not Irish. We know white people are not Irish. That was West Indian people. That's Irish. I showed you LeBron and all of them. That was Jamaican. That's like more West Indian people that were Irish that went to Ireland. We know that's not white people. So we know that Trump mother can't be Irish. Those are Russian people. His mother's Russian. Russian people went on pretending that they're coming from the Titanic. When the Titanic hit a glacier, there's no glaciers coming from Ireland to America. Glaciers only happen from the North Pole, coming from China and Russia. I was trying to show you that on the map. When you look up the North Pole map and they show you the diaphragm of that, glaciers only exist there. So if you hit a glacier, which I'm pretty sure it did not hit a glacier, it probably was a bomb or something set off, as always, right? But let them say they hit a glacier. Glaciers don't come from Ireland to that. I don't think there'll be any glaciers in place. Glaciers come from North Pole, China, Russia, coming down to through the Hudson River to New York. And that's why all these motherfucking people popped up on Ellis Island in Coney Island. That's where they came from. And they said that those were the inheritors. Do you look at the videos of them when the white person is he's narrating the video saying, I think these are the inheritors. How could you come from out of nowhere and be inheritors of America? How could you be the inheritors of America and y'all all came over here, 10 million people on ships? They got pictures of them. You don't got no pictures of no Negroes, no African people that deep. They don't got no pictures of African people on a boat that deep. Only footage, only real reality of proof. I'm spitting. Only real footage and proof we have is a bunch of Russian, Chinese people coming on a boat by the tens of thousands. That's the only footage we got. We don't got no Africans coming tens of thousands on a boat because the niggers was already here. We were not at the bottom of that ship and they was all at the top. No one would be able to survive like that. So we got to understand that all those people are coming from the Hudson River, and they explain that in a show. I think that show, I forget what that show is called. I done said it, so 1,000 shows. Just look at my old stuff. Where they explain that those people came through the Hudson River, and then they tried to come to Brooklyn. They took over Manhattan, and they was trying to come to Brooklyn with that shit. And that's why you got this army, the Union Army, State Street. You got all the courthouses, everything in Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn and stuff like that, because that's where we had our army base and all that stuff, the Union, all that things. But anyway, I'm not going to keep explaining that part. I explained that stuff 1,000 times. By this time, people should start to get comfortable and familiar with what I'm trying to explain. And we can move on. So, yeah, Aaron Carter is another biblical move, another biblical jab. All these people that's on entertainment, they changed their names. Most of these people, that's not even their real names. That's why Kanye West is no longer going by Kanye West. How could you not go by Kanye West if that's your name? So it's clear as day that's not their names. Tupac Shakur, that's not his name. That's not their names. That's not what their born right names are. That's their stage names that they had to sign contracts and get. So they're on platforms and they get these roles and they got to play their roles. They're playing their fucking roles. And it's all just for you, the American Negro. A lot of people that's Chinese, East Indian, they don't even watch none of this TV. They don't even listen to none of this music. They know what it's there for. It's there to destruct and destroy and divide and conquer. We are the only ones falling for the entertainment. We are the only ones watching it and paying for it too. Paying for our own destructions. Paying for our own ignorance of following the ignorance that they are trying to make us follow. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, let's just wake all the way the fuck up. Let's try to get on some type of code. And what I would like to do at some point is try to do what like Tariq Nasheed did yesterday. As you can see, he went um for reparations for foundational American Negro. I don't even know. It's called Foundational Americans, Foundational Black Americans, FBA, and he's a part of the grassroots. So he's a part of a society. He's not a regular person. He's on a platform. That's why he got his little hair. He got his hair done. If you can remember when he first came out, his hair did not look like how his hair looks now. So you can see that they do stuff with their hair. They put implants. I don't know what they do with their hair. Just like Young Pharaoh, like they do like wigs or whatever they do with their hair. Once they get into the contracts, once they get on, and they try to infiltrate and they try to do a lot of stuff for other black people that's not of America. That's they're foundational black people, but they're not of American Negro born, raised origin. They're not those people. So they're trying to get reparations or whatever the hell the case is. But American Negroes need to start getting on a call. Why are we not ever getting together and going to DC, Washington on our own accord and saying, hey, we want to be reclassified as what? I don't know. As whatever. As a colored American Negro. As we just want to be reclassified as origin American colored Negro. We don't want to have African nowhere near on our title. We don't want to have African on our title. We want to take that away. That shit wasn't even here for that long. The African title just got here on our name. So we could get rid of that real quick because it was only here for like a good 30, 40 years. So we could just get rid of that, right? We don't have to go forward with the African American narrative anymore because it wasn't even here for that long. We need to be reclassified. We need to figure out the amendments because as I told y'all, the 13th Amendment effed us. The 13th Amendment locks us up. It puts us in jail. Like so we gotta get back to the 10 commandments, which is the 10 Bill of Rights, which is the Bill of Rights. We got to stick back to our 10 commandments. Everything that's going on after that is not for us. These are other people putting in, they're using our system against us. So we got to go back to Washington, D.C. and explain to them that we understand all the scams that come with the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment, and we want to abolish it. If we can't abolish it or get rid of it, then we need to make a 16th Amendment that reverses whatever the fuck voodoo they put on us when it comes to the 13th Amendment, the 14th, the civil rights. We need to reverse that shit and claim our rights back as the origin people from this area. We need to be going to Washington, D.C. and doing exactly what all these immigrants are crying and doing because that's where the bills and the laws get issued. So we're going to have to figure that out and start putting something together. There's no reason for American Negroes to just continue to watch everybody ask for rights, stand up, walk, do all these things. The Black Lives Matter was not us. But yet these these people were outside. These white people were outside asking for some type of rights. Negroes is always in the house watching TV. Bro, get out of that couch potato mentality and get back on your shit. And I know it could be very scary. I know you could be like the lion with no courage, or you could be like the Tin Man with no brain. But at some point, y'all got to get out that Wizard of Oz Disneyland contract because the contract is fucking over. The Disney World contract is over. It was 50 years. And if you do the scientific method, because they are science people, they're not spiritual people, they are of science. They try to figure out shit. We don't have to figure out shit. We walk in faith and we walk blindly in our spirituality. They cannot do that. They gotta have an answer for everything because they're technical. They are electronical people. They don't have what we have. They are watered down people. They are watered down. They don't have the pure, they don't have that pure soul. It's not there for them. We got to stop being so scary. We understand all the inferior things they put on us, right? We did not live through all the inferior shit, but it was so impactful of what they did by murdering us, genociding us, doing the Great Migration by killing and taking jobs and putting people in crazy homes and now putting them in jail. We understand, like it could very much, we did not live it, but it could very much go through our DNA and understand, damn, there's a lot against us. We're playing we playing on thin ice, and it could cost a lot of sacrificing of our bodies if we try to reclassify ourselves again. We are fully aware of that. And a lot of Negroes and stuff try to take drugs and a lot of stuff to not think about what we're giving up, how we're letting people stomp all over us and walk all over. We're taking a lot of drugs, we're taking a lot of entertainment in, and we're laughing at a lot of our pain because we don't want to endure the 50 nations and how diabolical they are with death and how they don't have no problems with taking a life. So that's why I could care less about white people can't, these crazy white people talking, oh, look at the dog. Go help this dog. The dog is homeless in the street. Or go help this cat. Look at the cat. Oh my God. Look at this cat. But you could walk past an American Negro in the street that's dirty in the street. Home. They don't give them $1. They don't give that person $1. You understand what I'm saying? Animals, and don't say, oh, well, the animals can't work like a human being. First of all, you're not going to let that American Negro get a good enough job. You're going to give him a disrespectful job. He's going to get treated like shit. So, unfortunately, Negroes got to get treated like shit to make a living in the first fucking place. And then on top of that, you're telling me that an animal can't live in the wild and survive? Then that animal should just be gone because only the strong survives in the world. You understand what I'm saying? That homeless person is going to survive. He's going to survive homeless on the street. He's going to survive and continue to live bad, but he's still going to be alive. That animal better figure it out as well if the animal belongs here. If the animal belongs here, they're supposed to know how to eat outside. Animals don't have to be in the house. Animals supposed to be in the wild. And if they can't survive in the wild, then bye fucking bye. Bye bye, baby. That's just nature, hun. That's not me saying, hey, I hope the animal die. That's nature calling. Okay? So don't feel so sympathetic for an animal if they can't survive. That means they most likely you brought them here under scientific genetics experiments. Because if they weren't here by scientific genetic experiments, they would be able to survive very fucking well without you. And they don't need you to come in nowhere near them and giving them nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Like an animal will attack you because they don't need you. So stop feeling bad for the animals and start feeling bad for your fellow human that you're stealing all his heritage from, and you don't have not an ounce of sympathy for them. You continue to be here in this country, taking all of the wealth, taking all of they know how to fill out the correct paperwork to get all of what they get. Okay, so don't feel bad for these people if they get sent back to their country or whatever happens in the future. Hopefully, when Negroes get on code and stop supporting a lot of these people, if they don't have no business here, they will have no business here. Okay, like they will have to go back from where they're from, and they can't say, "Hey, I'm not making it in New York no more, so let me go back to my family in South Carolina. Let me go back to my family in Mississippi." Now, some of their family might be in Mississippi now, but is their grandmother from Mississippi? No. Is their origin from Mississippi? No. So if they don't have no business here, 9 times out of 10, they might have to go back where they're from. And don't feel bad because these people are killers. They are serial killers. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they are here. If they are not here because they're smart and they know how to do business. They are here because they murdered and killed and stealed. Okay? They murdered, killed, and stealed to be here. So don't be fucking worried about them at all. Okay? God understands that you can't do that. So whatever is their fate is going to be their fate. Mind your motherfucking business. Going forward, have a fucking brain. They don't feel bad for you. They're here every day and they'll stay here. They would love to get rid of more of you. Look at how they was giving everybody they was giving people like this in certain areas. They were making sure certain areas, certain states take this. You understand what I'm trying to say? So don't feel bad. They are diabolical, bro. They are diabolical. They want to watch you die and then bring some more people over. And you got to start having a brain about that. I just want people to have a big understanding that that's what's occurring here. So we can stop, stop the genocide and stop the bullying and the overtake and the takeover of us, because it's starting to become slim pickings. And they understand that they can't get rid of all of us because they got to have our positive charge here for this atmosphere to even continue to work. It's just like getting rid of all the bees. If you get rid of all the bees, it's going to be a problem with penicillin and medicine. It will cause a bad domino effect. They are very well aware of that. That's why they put the Georgia Stones there. The Georgia Stones is talking about the Georgian people and saying, hey, we need a certain amount of these motherfuckers to be here. We need a certain amount to be here, or we could fall off the planet of the orbit because of the magnetisms of the south and the north polar caps comes from the positive and the negative charges. So they need us to be where we are at a certain amount. Okay? So anyway, that's all I really have, guys. I'm glad that whoever stayed with me. I always try to keep this educational as possible, and then I throw in a little bit of entertainment because it goes all hand in hand of how they control us or how they were controlling us. Hopefully, after all this talking I have done, a lot of people are out the fog and they doing their own fucking thing and they being badasses and they get into it and they being special fucking people in this world and they not letting nobody distract them and talk to them any kind of way. You just keep you go high and you keep level headed because they want to throw you off your game and make it seem like you're an angry person. Oh, you're angry. Never get angry with these people again. Never show them that you're angry about anything because they think that's them winning. I showed you when they talk, they think that's them winning. They think they're getting in your head. Just like basketball when you play. He said, oh, Honey Nut Cheerios about Lala. And then, Carmelo they think they didn't and didn't get him. Yes, he didn't even get to throw the ball after that, right? He wanted to throw some balls. Don't let them get you angry about shit. Nothing. Unless they playing with your check. And they are playing with your money. They playing with your money. The fact that Negroes know that stuff is owed to them, y'all about to see a lot of Negroes wake up because Negroes don't play about they coins. So once they figure out exactly what's owed to them, trust and believe, they going to start knocking on DC door, Washington door. They going to be knocking on Lincoln door. Like, hello, Lincoln, I heard you got 50 stacks of mine. Or, hello, Lincoln, I heard it's 100 million. I heard it's 2 million. Lincoln, Washington, George, Elizabeth, they're going to be knocking on Elizabeth grave. Elizabeth, I know you just died, but I heard you got my money. Like, watch when niggas figure out how much money is owed to them. They go and they figure out a price and they put that out there. Oh, niggas going to wake up then. It's going to be a bunch of coffee, Starbucks drinking Negroes then. They're going to be up early with a coffee like, yeah, I'm about to catch the bus to DC. I heard they got my check. And me and all my family going. Me and my cousins, we all out. And we gonna knock on Washington door, Elizabeth door, because we need our money. We need our keys to our land. We need our deeds to our lands. We need all our shit back. And once we figure out for a fact what's owed, niggas is gonna wake up and they gonna be knocking on doors. They're going to be knocking on doors. They're going to stay out. They're going to say, I'm going to stay outside and wait for somebody to come home because somebody got to be here. They're going to sit right on in front of the porch in the White House. They're going to be right in front of the porch waiting for Biden, Trump, whoever. As soon as they walk up, they're gonna be like, "Oh, there you go, there you go. I know you in the house now. Come outside, bitch. Come outside, little bitch. We out here." So I want American niggas to know you're old, and I know y'all don't play about your money. So figure it out. Let's get a group. Let's get a group and go to Washington D.C. Let's get a group and go to those voting booths and say, "Hey, Negroes, black people, don't vote. We don't want them here no more. We don't want to say we're okay and giving our permission for them to have access to our shit, to our money that we're paying taxes in to have." Because look what they're doing with our tax money. They said that they was giving Malcolm X. Look at this. Look at this. Check this out. Check this out. They said that they giving Malcolm X killer. They giving Malcolm X killer. They giving Malcolm X murderer $36 million, bro. Okay? Don't let this shit go over your head. Okay? Ooh, I had to take a drink. One moment. Yeah, so don't let this go over your fucking head. Okay? They said they giving Malcolm X killers. Now, we all know that Malcolm X did not die in that place. Like, we saw all the pictures. The pictures didn't have not one piece of blood on the floor. So who the fuck is these people getting money? Who are these people? Yes, 36. I know the number 36. Of course. You know that that's the game they play. Because we all saw the pictures of Malcolm X being dead. They had a whole photo shoot. They had a whole photo shoot of Malcolm X's death. He had pictures from the left. He had pictures from, the person was taking pictures like this. Like the person did a whole photo shoot of Malcolm X being dead. So who the fuck is getting paid $36 million? Who is this? So you see, and then look at the number 36 to show you that this is just bullshit. This is just bullshit. They just taking New York taxpayers' money. They said New York is to pay. New York is paying them. New York is going to pay them. Okay? New York is going to pay them $36 million. Okay? So that's your tax money, honey. Now you gotta figure out who the fuck they pay, because Malcolm X didn't even Malcolm X probably was a real person, whatever, but like I said, he had to change his name. You gotta understand that Malcolm X's mother was put in a crazy home. She was put in an asylum. Malcolm X woman was what? Betty Shabazz, whatever, and then she died in a fire. I believe it was a lot of conspiracy going on with that. I don't know exactly if Malcolm X married into like African Asiatic and then he had to change his name. Just like how Negroes get on. I just showed you how Negroes get on. They got to marry into, so his wife was like some type of Muslimic, Shabazz, whatever. And it so happened everything goes to her. You understand? You see how that works? The American Negro marries into the Asiatic lifestyle. He dies. His mother gets sent to an asylum. His father, Ben, was murdered. That's how the American Negro gets treated. But then his wife, his Asiatic, his Muslim wife, goes on to live her life with Malcolm X money. You see how that works? Do y'all get that? And then we gotta understand, how did Malcolm X did he even really die? Or because that photo shoot, there was no blood, but he got shot the fuck up. And then they saying 36 million, so you know that's cold. So this is bullshit. You're just taking New York taxpayer money, because where do they get the money from? They get the money from the worker. The worker. They get the money from the hard worker. They take all our money, leave us with the scraps. So, I mean, this system gotta fucking go. Like, I'm not gonna continue to vote and put my Johnny Hancock and give them permission to keep violating my taxes like this, sending my money everywhere. Sending my money everywhere but to my motherfucking refrigerator and my rent. They sending my money everywhere but there. And then I gotta figure out how to pay my fucking way in life after supporting everybody and their mama through my taxes. Cause I gotta work for my whole life if I wanna eat. So that's a big fucking scam in itself. So I'm just showing y'all how much of a scam this shit is, bro. Like, it's just such a big scam, bro. Now look at this. So people say we tribal, but we're not tribal people. These tribal people are Indians with the dot. That's tribal. Some Chinese people are tribal. These people right here are tribal. This is a tribal people. Why is it not playing? What the fuck? Oh, now we don't want to play the video. See what kind of phone they playing games. They don't even want to play this video. And it's not even nothing good. It's just they just don't want to play it. Where the fuck the video go now? Okay, here we go. So these are tribal people. We're not tribal people.
The chief now chose 3 women. 2 I see on it. And he's literally telling you now.
So you see, even till today, they are still tribal people with feathers, with the underwear. So these are the people that they be like, oh, we were Indian, we were Native Indian. We were never Native Indians, bro. We were cute people in cute little outfits. Like I showed that little girl, bro. We had our hair nice. We had our outfits lit. We were lit. Nice, cute little dresses. Nice little shoes. We were never tribal people, man. Get that through y'all thick ass fucking heads. Whoever saying they tribal people, that was dumb. That's their family, maybe. Maybe they were. This is what the fuck we were. Nice cotton outfits, nice hair nice and done, nice wavy hair, nice little shoes, little open toe shoes. This is what we were. Okay? We were never tribal people, bro. Never. That's these people from other countries. That's what they do. They still do it to this day. This is a tribal person. These are tribal people. Muslim. These are tribal people. Okay? It says tribal. It tell you tribal. How could they be tribal and we are tribal? How could we both be tribal? How could we both be tribal people? How could we both be that? We can't. We're both not tribal. We're not tribal people in the South, in America, in the 13 colonies. We were not tribal people, okay? That was people that had feathers. These are people that wear the dresses and the bed sheet, whatever they call it, togas. Those are tribal people. We are not tribal people. There's a big difference in all these people in the world, bro. See this little boy? Blue eyes.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes.
See how they got the pig noses? They got the Asiatic noses.
1,001, 1,000. Yes.
See how they have the Asiatic noses? These are blackened people that were outskirt out of America. American people do not look like this. This is Asiatic black people. Okay? We are not the same people. We would never behave this way. We don't see how their children act a little scared and timid, and we will never behave that way because we don't get treated. We never treated our children like that, and we don't come from cultures like that. That's the way they get treated. That's the way they act with their people. We don't come from the same shit, right? And also with these tribal people that I was just trying to show you, I don't know where they just went. When where she has to pick a mate, she has to pick a husband or something like that. They do that to this day where celebrities they get together. It's like just like these people, like you gotta pick a mate in that. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like they like like where you marry just like 90 days. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain. Where they marry people they don't know. They just get together. Like it's like business deals and shit like that. It's not like, oh, you meet somebody and you love them. It's like, oh, just pick somebody.
She now chose 3 women.
She gotta pick a man.
2 I see on it. And he's literally telling him now. She's about to choose her favorite. Really. And there's another lady she can choose her favorite too.
We do not come from this.
Oh, these are influencers. The guys are influencing guys.
And why they being so aggressive with her?
Oh.
They like yelling in her face. Now look at the men. Look how crazy they look in the face. Look at them. They look crazy as hell. Look at these people's eyes. Look at they. You saw how crazy these people look in the eyes, bro. That shit scared the shit out of me, bro. I was like, what the hell? And she got to choose one of them. And they all yelling in her face, like telling her to hurry up and choose. Look how he was yelling in her face, like, ah. Like I would have been like, son, like who you talking to? So that's why they don't like. That's why they don't like American women, because American women ain't let nobody yell in their face like this. And I damn sure ain't picking no man that got eyes like this. Look at their eyes. They acted mad scary, bro. Like this was scary looking. Like look how scary this shit look, bro. These people are crazy. I don't know what the hell any of this is, bro. You don't know who to choose.
She now chose 3 women.
They're like, yeah, don't come and be like, I'm telling you, if that's what y'all come from, y'all Aboriginals from Latin, then okay. But stop saying that over here. This is America, the 50 states. This is Northeast. This is the North Star. Have y'all ever saw the anime? It's an anime called Fist of the North Star. That's my favorite fucking movie. Like that movie is about us. Like if you ever watched Fist of the North Star, that movie is real good. It's an anime for Fist of the North Star. If you really pay attention to this movie, this movie talks about like some guy, like I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's like three brothers, and the righteous brother, it should have went to him, but the other brothers was jealous of him, and they tried to kill him. His 2 brothers got together and killed him, and then he had like seven bullet holes, and then he rose from the dead. So you gotta understand, like it's called the Fist of the North Star. Like y'all gotta understand that they know our story, our Jesus story, our sacrificial story, and that this guy, the little girl was in a issue where he was trying to stomp her or something like that. Like it was like the bad guys in the anime looked at Russian. They looked like symbolic people, and they was on motorcycles or whatever, and they was trying to beat up a little girl. And they said her parents died in the war, right? The little girl parents died in the war, and she was mute. She don't talk. So the little girl was mute ever since her parents died in the war, right? But they said that when the Russians was trying to kill the little girl, the guy that they killed the brother because the father chose him. The father chose him, and he wasn't the oldest brother, but he was the righteous one. So they killed him, and then he came out. He came out of the ground when they was trying to kill that little girl. And he came and saved the little girl, right? He came and ran out all of dust, whatever. That's a good anime, right? So he comes out, save the little girl, right? And it was a little boy that was with the little girl. These are, now, mind you, they orphans because this is after the war. Y'all not understanding that this is the North. They talking about America, right? But they acting like this is Chinese shit, but it's not. They just telling our story over and over in entertainment, right? So anyway, the little boy said to the guy, the one I just showed you, I think his name was Ken or something like. I don't remember what his name was. It's a Japanese movie because you know the Japanese Jamaican, the big nose. Those people are the ones that violated us, and those are the ones that George Washington. Remember, they said he had to chop the cherry tree down, and then he became the president of the United. The cherry tree represents Japanese people. So anyway, getting back to that, because the Japanese people are the people that was coming to California, whatever, and when they mix in with Negroes, they make it Mexicans and shit. But anyway, and Latins and Latinos and all that shit. So so the fist of the North Star. So when this guy came out, he came out the ground from the dead, right? Because he heard the little girl crying for help. Now, mind you, he mad far away from them. So after he beat the Russian people up. He beat them up. Man, I should show you a clip of it, right? When the little girl, I should show you a clip. I got time for that. The little girl, when he saved the little girl. See, this is the part I'm talking about. But I'm gonna try to find the clip where he helped save this little girl, right? I want to see if I can find the clip. So the little boy that was with her, how did you hear her? He said, damn. He said, I'm so glad that you came right on time to come and kick those guys' asses, right? Because he beating their asses with just one pick, like bah, bah, bah. And these niggas is falling out. Cause the concept is saying like, yo, the American Negro could beat ass so good that he beat all these people asses. You see what I'm saying? So he beat all their asses mad easy, right? Nobody can beat him, right? And the little boy was like, Dad, I'm so glad you came so on time because they was about to kill the little girl. And he was like, how did you know we was in trouble? And then the guy said, I heard her scream. So he was like, the little boy looked at him and was like, you couldn't have heard her scream because she's a mute. He was like, well, I heard her. I heard her. And he was like, but you couldn't have heard her because she's a mute. He was like, ever since her parents died, he said that she watched her parents be burned alive and died in the war. So ever since she saw that tragic, like her parents getting killed in front of her, she never spoke a word. So he said, even when the guys was trying to kill her, he said she never spoke. She's a mute. She don't speak. So he was like, I don't know. I just heard her, right? So mind you, if I show you the clip show you that the little girl did telekinesis. She was screaming inside her mind. And inside her mind, those screams, the frequency of those screams in her mind connected to his mind. And he was able to come and sense danger and come rescue her. If that makes any fucking sense. But the fact that the Japanese is explaining the fist of the North Star of how that whole you got to get the whole concept of that show. His brother, his oldest brother was like a conqueror. He wanted everybody to bow down. So you just got to understand the stories that's being told and know that this is like our stories, but they don't want to tell us it's our stories. All right. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it there with the Fist of the North Star because I can't even find the clip. Let me see if I can find it. Fist of the North Star video. Save little girl. Let me see if I can find a clip. Okay, let's see. It's right here, maybe. Okay, I got time. I'm gonna show y'all this. Now, mind you, they show. They showing you these guys are on bikes. They showing you they're on motorcycles for a reason. This is all subliminal, all right? So think when they show you that these people are on motorcycles, it's for a reason. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. They gonna try to they're trying to catch the little boy and the little girl so they can take their car, take their food, take whatever they have, right? So that's what these people, these savages, are chasing them for. They're trying to steal their car. Mind you, they in a car and all that, right? So anyway, let's just continue to walk. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. So now they crash out, right? Now, mind you, the bombs don't went off. You see the buildings are all destroyed because they said bombs off. やはりこいつら食い物を運ぶ途中だったんだぜ。よせよせ、ぶっ壊れちまって動かねえぜ。それにしてもさっきのガキどもの村。Oh my god, I want to find it in English. I want to find it in English so you can see what he tells the little boy and he tells the little girl. Cause he like, how did you hear her? And he gonna tell her, I heard her do telekinesis. But let me just keep this. So here they go, they robbing them now. He like, hey, let my car go, let our food go. He like, stop robbing us. So the little boy is basically saying, hey, you can take the food, but don't take the car. We need the car, whatever, right? And he like, we're gonna take whatever we want. Now, the little girl hit him upside the head when he spilled the seeds out. The seeds is very important to the little girl because the seeds is going to help rebuild the life of the earth because they bombed the earth and they destroyed a lot of the trees. They destroyed a lot of the atmosphere. So the little girl is going around planting seeds so she could build the earth back up, right? So once he spilled the seeds out, the little girl got mad. The little boy was mad about the car, and the little girl was mad about the seeds of life for her to grow the trees back out, right? So she busts him upside the head. Oh man, let me see if I can find it in English, bro. Cause like really, I don't know why they put it in Japanese. Yeah, I can't find it in English, but it should be an English version out there if you do want to watch this video. Now she's not making no sounds, but she's doing telekinesis. Telekinesis, where you can feel the energy, the frequency. They basically trying to explain how special we are, bro. They're trying to explain how special we are. Telekinesis. You can just feel when somebody's in trouble. You can feel when your people are in trouble. So mind you, they done killed his brothers done killed this guy, right? But this little girl brought him back to life because he heard her cry for help. So now this nigga came out the ground. He come out the ground, now he's back to life. Now don't don't this scene seems familiar to you? This scene is kind of like the scene from the Book of Eli when he was coming and trying to save the girl and the crazy. So this is the same scene of Denzel Washington playing the Book of Eli. And remember, Denzel Washington is George Washington. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like Denzel plays. Remember, Denzel played the role with John. Remember that movie Denzel played in with John Travolta, and he did something wrong by trading with the Chinese trains or something like that, and then John Travolta figured out a way to wire his money. I'm gonna get to that one day, but I'm not gonna get to that. But Denzel Washington plays the role of the American Negroes, the deja vu, all that shit. All Denzel Washington is all about the American Negro, right? So this is kind of like the Book of Eli, right? But anyway, keep paying attention, right? Just like the Book of Eli. Now you see how he had a bow and arrow? Bow and arrow he used. Now, mind you, you got to understand that this is a cartoon, so they're going to be very exaggerative. And remember, I told you these people are very exaggerative, right? So they just basically saying that he's going to be beating their asses with no little to no effort. It's not hard for him to be big, brutally guys like that. It's not a problem for him to bust their ass, right? That's what they really trying to explain to you, right? He has no weapons, just like Jesus, right? No weapons. He's gonna bust their ass. Now did you did you see that he hit him in pressure points? He ain't just beating their ass, right? He hit them in pressure points. He bust one in the nose. He hit one in the neck. Okay, pressure points. Okay, that's that part, right? I would like to show y'all the part where he asked him how he knew, but they're not gonna show that. So this is the part. This is the part after. This is the part after he told the little boy. He was like, "How did you hear her scream? Because she's a mute, whatever." I can't find that part. That was the part right between this part, and then they called more people to come and fuck this guy up. But then he ends up hearing it again and coming outside again and beating their ass. Now, mind you, when they showed the girl, his best friend took his best friend and his brother teamed up to kill him. His best friend took his girl. So they just showing you what happened to Homeboy. Homeboy got it's always the same story. It's always the same story about this righteous man getting traded on by his own blood brother or family and best friend. You understand what I'm saying? And anyway, not to show this anymore because y'all already saw. Like they already saw he basically killed people again, and then he was trying to ask her like, "Hey, how did she's a mute?" And he's like, "How did you hear me speak?" Y'all gotta watch the movie. I don't want to like go through all of this because it's pretty long. But you get what I'm trying to say. Like when you watch these things, sometimes you just watching it and thinking, "Oh, this is a cool show." But the cool show is coming from them trying to explain certain shit that happened at certain times, but they're not going to explain to you, "Oh, these are Negroes," and "Oh, these are," you know what I'm saying? Oh, the Negro don't exist. Every time they tell you any story, it's going to be white people on top of Asian people on top of some other. Negroes is never really going to be in the stories ever. So don't you kind of wonder where is the Negroes at? Why do we only appear in like 19 in the 19? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of it, they're saying we're Africans, right? And then we're mixed. So how come Negroes only exist like in the 1950s and the 1940s? Like where were we before that? And then when I look at my family background, we're here. I go back all the way to my great great grandmother from the late 1800s, and we're Negro. They're Negroes. So somebody's fucking lying. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm not gonna really explain any more further than that. If you want to check out the Fist of the North Star, that's a really good anime. I think that came out in like the '90s when they really started to rip us off and giving us all these little superhero shows and things like that. When they know that most of these things are based off the wars and the fighting of being in America. All this entertainment, all these movies is based off of that stuff, and they just leave the American Negro out, but they're talking about the American Negro. He's always the superhero. He's always the main character of the thing. And that's all I really have today. Thank you for whoever really stick with me through this live. The live was basically about sacrifices, and like I said, to talk about my experience. I know for a fact that yes, some of these people are being sacrificed, and they are actually dying. They are actually being killed because that's the way how the blood sacrifices work. It's a lot of sacrifices that it's a lot of things that they could do. It's not just death. It's like you could do buck breaking. Buck breaking is a lot of different things. It's like you could get gang banged. Men could gang bang another man. That's one way of buck breaking. Another way of buck breaking is helping to be infiltrator. Where you're a Negro, but you're not on a Negro team, and you're helping lead the Negro to slaughter, like to jail, to death. You're setting up a man for death, which is a bunch of sacrifices as well. So you just gotta understand there's a lot of different kind of sacrifices occurring, and they're real. They really are killing these people because it has to be in through blood. You understand what I'm saying? The sacrifice has to be through blood, or it has to be through a life. Like somebody has to go to jail for a long time, or somebody has to die, or it has to be beneficial in a way where somebody is a life for another life, and a life is so priceless that these people get rewarded and they get put on in a higher like say, like I said, I'm gonna make my prediction right now. I believe that Quavo is going to have his own album, and it's gonna be a big project. You understand what I'm saying? And it's gonna be a big, like he's gonna be a Beyonce of the trio because he's willing to do that sacrifice. So we already see that Quavo is going to be on the up, and that's my prediction. So when it does occur, I'm going to be back up here like, see, I told y'all, look what I said. And like don't think I ain't going to come back up here and tell y'all how Quavo going to be winning. He going to get Karuchi. He going to get the money. He going to get the big song. He going to get the number one song. He going to go solo. Watch. Y'all going to see. Because the sacrifice was real. You see Quavo had an orange shirt on when that all happened. So it's clear as day that, that was a setup, okay? And I do believe that they actually are murdering these people because a lot of sacrifices that I in my opinion, and I don't want people thinking that I just thought this because people that I used to date, I used to pillow talk. So they know that I used to be on some conspiracy shit with a lot of shit I was seeing and being around. And I was like, bro, I can't even be around these people like that because I think that they sacrificing motherfuckers and doing kind of stupid shit. And these people were really getting killed. These people were really getting sick and dying. These people were really getting murdered. These people were really going to jail. These people were really going. So I'm just like, and then once you see that happen, you see the upgrades right after. So I know for a fact that these sacrifices shits is real, and it goes from street level, and that's the way they work themselves up. If they're not making money, like look at Nicki Minaj, she got a second chance at her career after her father passed, after her brother did all that pedophile scandal, her husband did a weird pedophile, abusive pedophile scandal. Like you gotta have all these weird things going on, right? And to bring up Nicki Minaj before I go, right? It's another thing that I wanted to say, like, oh look, they're watching my page, right? Because remember when I was talking about them children? Now, not to remember, I said I didn't want to be rude, and I wouldn't talk about people, regular kids, but celebrities, I feel like is off. Everything goes with a celebrity because celebrities put their kids to make money. So you can't say, oh, don't talk about no kid that. No, the celebrities are celebrities, and the celebrities make their kids celebrities. These kids be making more money than you. So you should be able to, like, it's open game. That's basically what I'm saying. If they even is real kids, right? Or I think they're adopted kids from different countries and stuff like that. Like Mother Dearest. Mother Dearest is based off of a real story of a actress. When she got older, she was no longer getting roles and she no longer was getting the money like that. So she adopted two children, treated them like shit or whatever. Like one of the little girls made the book Mommy Dearest based on her adopted mother, which was an actress, right? So she said her mother was a drunk, crazy, whatever, adoptive mother. Then the adopted mother never advised that the kids were adopted. She was making it seem like those were her children, and so she could get more roles as like a mother role, whatever. Because now she's transitioning into a different age. The older you get, the harder it is to sell you. So that's just the way it works. So that the Mommy Dearest story is about them getting kids, just snatching kids up just for the career of moving into now an older state. Let's do some mother. You know what I'm saying? It's like Kim Kardashian, like they had to grab up some kids because they knew that they were dying down. And even them cute little black kids ain't saving them. No one is dealing with them because we all know how wicked they are. So anyway, of all the sacrifices they have done. And talking about Nicki Minaj, right after I was saying their kids like could barely speak and they'd be like, like I remember I was saying that about their kids. Nicki Minaj's son had a birthday right after that. And I swear it was like 2 or 3 days after my live, right? So I was like, yo, they had the kid trying to talk and the kid could barely say one word. And I'm like, this kid is like 2. Now I know a 2-year-old ain't gonna have a lot to say, but this kid could barely say mommy. That was all he could say. Like 2-year-olds should have a couple of words at that point. They should have a couple things to say. I'm sorry, like there's no way in hell. Look at Quavo in an orange shirt. Quavo in an orange Quavo in an orange shirt when that boy died, right? And Takeoff name. Takeoff name. You see his name? His last name is Ball. His last name is Ball. And that's biblical. With Mary, marrying them, because Mary, they said their last name was Ball. Mary, Ball. The families that I'm talking about with the Stewarts in New York, their family last name was Ball as well. If you look into history, the last name Ball, like Lucy Ball, that girl, like, oh, I love Lucy, her last name was Ball. The same thing, like in it's biblical. So just to tell you what Aaron Carter and Takeoff real name is Kurt Kari something Ball. And the last name Ball, it stems to the biblical marrying them. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Krabs. He said that he loves me and I love you back. This is all educational and love. I love everybody except East Indians, Chinese people, and Russian Germans. Unfortunately for them, they should stay in the wastelands. But everybody else that's in America, the Caribbeans and the Latin Americas, that's not from that's not infiltrating. I love all of them, even the negative charges. The negative charges should be here. We all have purposes here. Everybody else in the wastelands and shit, them Afro Asiatic and what, I don't know about them. They could just stay in the wastelands, bro. Period. Because they too wild and rough. They out of control, bro. They don't got no fucking regards to life. The Caribbeans and stuff, they are very spiritual people and things like that. They are just infiltrators. They not all of them. Just Jamaican, Haitian, Trini, um, Guyanese, Belizean, the Bohemian Belize people, like those West Indians for sure. Not all the people, but the government and the people that win, those people are a part of it. So we gotta just make sure that we understand that some Caribbeans are definitely a part of the grimy shit, but not all. And yeah, I have love for all people from America on this side. All the Negro, the people that's from the Negro world on this side, but the wastelands, those people from Australia and the black hole from Antarctica, like I don't want nothing to do with those people, man. And I don't need to be seeing them either. They don't need to be over here. So that's just the way I feel about it, and it ain't never going to change because them Chinese people grimy. They're very racist. Chinese people are very racist. Once you don't give them their money, you want to see what type of time they want. You play with their money, you try to play with stuff. You want to see what type of time they want with you. They're gonna talk about you. They're gonna be like, go back to your country and stuff, knowing that we not from no other country. They be the first one to tell you to go back to their country, and they from fucking Asia. You understand what I'm saying? Because they want to play that. They know that they are 100% a part of that scam of telling you from Africa. So they want to just keep telling you that anyway, knowing that we woke already. So fuck them fucking Chinese people, bro. Fuck out of here. That's why they put that bill up. Because they know once you get awoke, you're going to see, you're going to really not like them Chinese people. You understand what I'm saying? Like them Chinese people are top number one, top tier of the grimy, the pull off of the fake Native and Indian story. They are the top tier people throwing them bombs and doing like they are and putting holes in them dams. If you do research on who could put holes in them dams, the China, the Japanese and stuff, they are professionals at playing with the dams. I did my research on it already. So I know what type of time they are number one on the list. They come to Germans and everybody else or whatever, right? But anyway, yeah, so you see, and then you see Jazz Prince, and all those people had something to do with it, because Jazz Prince and them are Haitians. They think they're the royal people, and they're not royal. Those are the ones that came over conquering and dividing. The Morgan Chase. Morgan is a Haitian name, like that's a French Haitian name, bro. I know Haitians name with the name Morgan and all that stuff. Like it all ties in together, bro. So anyway, so don't think that it's French white people, it's French black people. So yeah, and then you see Takeoff is he's at the brick wall the same night. That same night he dies, he takes a picture in front of the brick wall because he know he's going to be sacrificed. Some of these people are okay with being sacrificed because they think they're going to go to heaven and be kings or something. Just like the Arabs when they do the bombs and sacrifice themselves, they do it with pleasure because they believe that they're going to go into the afterlife as kings and be, which I wouldn't take my chances. But this is what they believe. They believe when they sacrifice themselves, they go on and be on a higher self-note level. So sometimes you would think, did he really die? Possibly. And did he know he was going to die? Possibly. Was he okay with dying? Yes. Some of these people go and sacrifice themselves willingly for the greater of the good of the family. Like the little boy said, hey, grandma and us is going to eat good off of this. And at first he said, no, please, not me. But then eventually he said, well, go ahead, because some of them their beliefs are like that, where they go ahead and sacrifice themselves willingly, okay, proud to do so, or they're great of the good of their country, their people, to eat or whatever, right? So as you can see, Quavo has like this orange shirt on. And who would grab somebody up? Like they're pulling him up and grabbing him up. Why would you pull him up and grab him up if he had a headshot? Like that would make no sense. I would leave the person as is and just try to keep him still, as you should, because bullets could travel. But yet they're pulling him up and yanking him around, which can make the bullet travel and kill you even more. So that's right there. It shows none of that stuff made any sense, right? So as I showed you, the names of these people that's dying is very biblical. It's all connected. The Bull, the last name Bull is connected to that, to Mary and all of them. They have that name in it. You just gotta do your research on it. And mind you, Takeoff, Offset, and Quavo are all related. Like I told you, they're all directly related, as I always been telling y'all, from different countries, right? Yeah, I forgot what I was. Look at this. The white people dressed up as black people in jail outfits, because they understand that that's what the 13th Amendment. That's what happened to us when they come over here. When they German, and when they put this black paint on, the black paint is for their own heritage of those Indo-European German people. The black German people are very dark skinned. They were very black people. The same people that I showed you with that big guy. They're very dark complected people. So when you see them German people put black face on, it's really showing homage to the Indo-European royalty. Because the black Germans were the royals over there. They were the ones that were like kingship or whatever at some point doing business with George. You know, that's how they George and them sent people over to the Mesopotamia area. That's what makes the Moors. The Moors and them went over there to set up shop and was doing business. But I'm not going to get into that today because I can't really look up for things like that. Look at this one where his son, the guy, he's Nigerian. Davio, his 3-year-old son died. So, you know, just to let you know, these sacrifices is real. This little boy probably really did die. This little boy really did get killed for the greater of the good of their Nigerian culture. That's just the way they are. They are willing to sacrifice like that. Believe me, okay? I experienced this shit. Look how they had this little baby in the dirt while the mother worked. Our family would never, this is how we know we're not from the same people, bro. Our family would never have us naked in the dirt. Never. You will never see a picture of us in history like that. So we are very different people. We are very different cultures. We don't behave like how some of them, that's how they behave. They want to have their kids in the dirt, naked. That's just the way they are. But you would never see a picture of us doing that. We would have ourselves very together, Vaseline on our face. We would be together, okay? They would have had us together and they would have put an outfit on us. They'd have figured out how to sew an outfit and put an outfit on us. We'd have never been like that in the dirt, okay? That's their culture. That's what they come from. We're very different people, okay? So I'm not sure what I was trying to show other than that. Yeah, what I was talking about with Six Flags, how most of the Six Flags stuff, when I was doing research on it, this is clearly Negroes had this stuff. So when I was looking at Six Flags, they have like a whole cemetery area. And around the cemetery area, it's a big lake. It's a big lake. I believe that lake is just like how Lake Lanier, like how it's a whole city underneath it. Because it's so weird that Six Flags had the cemetery and then the lake is right in front of the cemetery. And the lake looked mad scary. It's like a big box in the middle of the lake. So you could tell the lake is not deep. So you could just tell that these people hang murdering people over in New Jersey. And 9 times out of 10, they took over that area and filled the lake up. That probably was an area where people lived. And the lake is filled up. And that's when you get the cemetery and all that. If you go to Six Flags and you go to the cemetery area, you're going to see it's a big lake. And I believe that this lake is the same shit like Lake Lanier, where it's probably a lot of people that were murdered and put under the water. They put them under the water, and now you're in Marty time law. So basically, if these people in their town is underwater, now it's being owned by the ocean people, like Aaron and their laws. They come in and they take over when you're under the water, when you're under the sea. Under the sea, and mind you, things could get better. Dun 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 dun. Under the sea, dun dun. These are Jamaicans. They're Jamaican, Dutch, French, black descent. You just gotta understand the dynamics of who came over here murdering us and putting us underwater so we could be under their Waditam laws and they could take over the area. Right? I know y'all probably don't understand the shit I be saying, but please try to get on this level of understanding. if you're American Negro, please get under this level of how we got genocide, murdered, put underwater, city and towns put underwater so they can go on and take areas and build on top. When you're under the water, you're under their laws. Okay, you're under their laws. When they do the floods, you're under their laws. They come in and they come in because they know that that's their laws. The Philippines, the Italian, they all living on top of water. When you go to Italy and stuff, and they always so romantic. When they roll you in the boat, that's the only way they can get around. Like their water is their towns is on top of water. You understand what I'm saying? Like they're not on land. They don't have a good solid land. All of that is in between waters. There's a bunch of islands that they build on top of. So they do all this and be like, oh, it's so cute. That's because their canals is filled with water. They don't have no land. So when our area is filled with water, it's like they own it because they own the waters. The waters belong to the Quran, Koreans, Japanese, Korean Qurans. That's when you read the Quran, it starts with Aaron and Abraham. When you read the Bible, it starts with Adam. Adam is of land, God's son, of image of God's son, land human beings, not Caribbean, not islanders. Okay? So that's the difference between the Quran and the Bible and what they're trying to explain. So we kind of deal with each other. Moses had to deal with Aaron, but we're not of the same. You understand what I'm saying? And we were chosen. So it's three people, but we were chosen. And I already explained to you about Abraham, what God said about Abraham. God said Abraham is not of us, but he was a righteous person, and that's why he brought him on in here to do whatever the fuck. But Abraham is not of us. Abraham and Aaron is in the Quran. They're not in the Bible. The Bible starts off with Adam, the real specimen, the pure, the correct. You got it when you got it right. That's what they feel like about us. They feel like they got it right with us, and they didn't get it right with those people. That's just what it is. So anyway, everybody know what it is with the American Negro. Y'all don't got no better music in us. We got better pizza, better ingredients, better. You know how that TikTok go, like better pizza, better ingredients, better. We got better music, better this, better that. Y'all already know what it is. Y'all cannot even pretend to think that the music from the 70s compared to any music that y'all could ever make again in life. All y'all do is sample and sample and sample. Y'all can never catch our ear without sampling our shit. All y'all doing is sampling, sampling, sampling. Everything from the 70s was original, bro. Them people were so fucking talented. The music, look at this, peep this, right? I want to show y'all this too. I swear I'll be up here forever. This is why I don't come up here. I want to get out of here so bad. I'm so tired. All right. So I'm going to show y'all two more things. I'm going to show y'all LeBron, right? Because look at LeBron, bro. LeBron got the number 42 on his head, right? 4-2. Because this is the games they play, right? Now look what LeBron is saying, right? That nigga like, I don't want to have no smoke with the Jews. He don't want to have no smoke. He said LeBron James says that he does not condone any hate, explains that Kyrie Irving causes some harm to a lot of people with the recent act. So he basically throwing Kyrie Irving under the bus with his little 42 hat on, like. So I felt like, yo, LeBron do not care, but people think LeBron is a Negro. LeBron ain't no Negro. I showed y'all the descendant he comes from. He had an Irish jersey on with the number 23. He is clearly a part of the Jamaican Irish people that come and talk about the stingy Jack. And they had to hang Jack and cut his head off and immortalize him. So this is the same descendants, him and his mama and them. You see how his mama destroyed that light-skinned dude life? Now he homeless and crazy. That light-skinned dude, like, come on, his mama done tore his life. He done messed the mama. Now he ain't never been right since. That light-skinned dude that used to play ball with them. Now he crazy and all this and all that because he probably don't want to tell what really be happening because a lot of these people, they sign NDAs and people don't understand how strong an NDA is. An NDA could put you in jail. They could take all your money away. They could kill you. Because you're signing a contract saying you're not going to talk about what you experience. So don't think for 1 second they're going to go against that NDA knowing that, damn, I could go to jail for the rest of my life. They could put me in, they could take all my money. They could do all these things to me because I signed this contract. So that's the shit. That's what Kanye is trying to say. Like, oh, don't you see what they doing to me? Oh well, Jason Bourne, who told you to be a fucking agent for them in the first place? Now that they don't want you no more, Cortez, and they done threw your ass to the side, and now you sitting there realizing that you was just a puppet, and they throw your ass whenever they feel like it, and they can make you broke like Michael Jackson and tell you, hey, this is it, like that "This Is It" tour. They could get you like Prince too, put you in a plane and tell you the date you gonna die, cause you ain't nothing but a puppet to them. You ain't nothing. You ain't nobody. And when they realize that they are being used and abused and they try to speak up, then it's too late. It be too late by then. Jason Bourne will be fighting for their lives after they don't, after the government is done with them. Because they done indoctrinated themselves, they done signed into these things. So yeah, your ass don't belong to you no more. You leave your soul at the door. But anyway, you see how LeBron do fucking Kyrie Irving under the bridge. He said, "Yeah, I don't condone none of that." I was like, okay. I was like, yo, this is the type of timing that this nigga's on. LeBron was like, are you kidding me? I love my life. This is LeBron when he made that statement. This is LeBron. LeBron was like, they was like, LeBron, they was telling, I love my life. They was telling LeBron, hey, we're going to need you to make a statement about this Jew shit. LeBron probably was like, you know what? I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. No, we don't know when tomorrow might bring by the future. The hours away. So I live my life today. I live my life today. Yes. I don't want to play too much of that because I know they're going to probably try to copyright me. And I'm going to probably have to figure out how to keep this video up. So let me not play too much. But that was when they told LeBron that he needed to make a statement, he was thinking about that shit like, I love my life. I don't know what tomorrow gonna bring, so I live today. I gotta live my life today. I love my life. That nigga probably be with Savannah like, we love our life. We love our life. That nigga, he not playing like that. He love the Jews. Jews ain't do none to him. They ain't do none to me. That's some. I think he a December Capricorn. That's some December Capricorn shit. That nigga was like. That nigga was like. Give me the hat with the 42. Blue bloods. I love my life. I don't know what the fuck Kyrie and Irving is on. I don't know what he talking about. They never done nothing to me. Leave these people alone. You hurting people. You hurting the Jews? Them Jews ain't hurting. Them Jews is living their best life in our building. They living their best life in them brick houses they never built. They living their best life in them businesses that they own. They all in the courthouses stomping their gavels, sending niggas to jail. Jews is living their best fucking life. We hurting Jews. You're hurting the Jews. The Jews is getting hurt. The Jews is living their best weird immigrant life here. Like, are you kidding me? Like, how could you hurt the Jews? Like, the Jews can't prove that they went through no genocides. The Jews cannot prove nothing but that they were starving over there, eating cabbage, eating their rice. They don't even got rice because they was begging for bowls of rice. The Japanese was begging for bowls of rice when they was over here. I showed y'all the posters of them saying, "Hey, give a Japanese a bowl of rice, please." Like trying to beg, like to help us feed them. They was begging for bowls of rice. So they was over there eating cabbage stew. The Jews was over there eating cabbage stew, starving, pretending that they was getting put in gas chambers and this and that, and then saying that they wanted Kanye to go to California to check out that Jew shit. But guess what? That don't even make no sense because if the Jews was genocide, why would the hell their museum be in California? Wouldn't it be where the fuck they from? Why would the museum be in California? The museum is in California because that's where the most of the murder. They done murdered people in California so bad. And remember I told you it was 3 million people that was taken from California to the war that never came back. And then they took Mexicans to put them in the fields and the plantations to take those jobs. So only people that got genocided in California was those niggas that sent off the war. that never came back, and y'all put Mexican people in their place to work those jobs in those plantations. And they saying that the Jews, who I guess the Jews was the Negroes. I'm assuming, because why would the expedition be in California? The expedition should be in wherever the hell they died at. It shouldn't be in California, but the expedition is in California because that's where the fuck all the genocide and stuff was happening at. So, like these people are just crazy how they just staying strong and wrong. They staying strong and wrong with their stories. They like, listen, we on code. We ain't never going to tell them the truth. We don't care what they learn. We don't care what they wake up to. We going to stick to our story. Mind you, when you go to Jews and you go to Jews in their face and you say, hey, you're not Jew. You're not a Jew. They don't never deny that. They just say, well, I speak Hebrew. They don't never say, hey, I got this to back me up. I'm a Jew. Hey, I'm my family. This. They don't never go into that. They just look mad stupid like, well, we a Jew. They just stick to the script. They don't give you no proof. They don't talk about their ancestors on how they Jews. They don't say shit. They just be looking like, I speak Hebrew. We consider Jews on paper. Who going, and like I said, it's what you could prove and it's the paperwork to them. So they could stand strong and wrong because the paperwork say they're Jewish. And mind you, they say they're Jewish. They're not saying they're Jews. They're saying they're Jewish. That means that they're probably mixed or they're related to Jews, or Jews gave them some type of way to, just like the Jacobites from Scotland. Scottish people were Jacobites. That don't mean they're of Jacob. Jacobites don't mean you're of Jacob. That means you F with Jacob. Like, oh, I mess with Jacob, so I'm a Jacobite, like, because I mess with him. But you're not a descendant of Jacob. You could be Jewish all you want. You're not a descendant of a Jew. You could be Spanish all you want. You're not a Spaniard from Spain. You're not a Spaniard from Spain, Asian descent. You're Spanish because you mix with more Negro than Spaniard Asian. You're over here in Negro land. You're not over there in Asia land. So anyway, people are going to figure that out. They're going to figure it out. And hopefully everybody can get shit back into order. Because I'm tired of knowing what I know. And I ain't got what I'm supposed to have. I want to have a lot. A lot more than what the fuck I got. And I'm tired of fucking figuring out how to get stuff. And it has to be like not through like the righteous way. It has to be like, oh, I got to do what these immigrants are doing. Because the immigrants are getting money. So if the immigrants is getting money, unfortunately, do as on Rome. How do they say when you in Rome, do as a Roman? So I got to do as a Haitian. I got to do as a Western Jamaican. I got to do as a West End, whatever. And get my money like them. Because those are people that's getting the money. So if I got to get money, I got to get it that way. Because I'm not that stupid to say, hey, let me stay and be a Negro. Or be a good Negro and stay at these low levels. Or be a good Negro and stay on the welfare. Or be a good Negro. No. Because I understand clearly the chess game. So I got to win, and I got to win that way. But unfortunately, I feel like I'm losing either way because the big prize is the inheritance of the American Negro and the stuff that their ancestors built and left for them. So that's the big fucking prize. And I definitely want that. I like everything big like Texas, okay? So, yeah, I want mines. I don't know about everybody else. If I feel like it's mines, I want it. I don't want nobody to have mines. I'm a January Capricorn. I want mines. If it's mines, don't touch it. Like, I always give a little story about myself. Like, my mother told me when I was young that we went out to eat in a restaurant. And she had 4 kids. I was the youngest. Well, she had 5, but whatever. But it ended up being 4 because of a miscarriage or whatever. But if it wasn't for that miscarriage, I wouldn't have been here. So whatever. The sacrifices that people had to make for me to be here. But anyway, I was there. She's like, that they put the corn in front of me. Like it was corn for the whole table. But they put the food on a table and the corn was placed in front of me, but the corn was for everybody. But my mother said that when they put the corn in front of me, and then when it was time to start distributing the food out, I had a big fucking meltdown because I didn't want nobody to take what they put in front of me. Like I thought what they put in front of me was mine. Even though it was a big pile of corn, I felt like that big pile of corn was mine. So she said that I slid all down the table. I was all over the floor. She said when I'm telling you, you did not stop crying. She was like, I would not stop crying. They tried to put the corn back in front of me. They was like that. I was just having a whole fucking meltdown. Like I was just hysterical because niggas touched that corn and I thought that corn was mine. And once they tried to put the corn back, it didn't even matter because you done touched it. So I felt like that when she tell me that story, it makes me laugh because I feel like that's how I am even to this day. Like I don't want nobody touching stuff, and when you touch it, I feel like, oh, I don't even fucking want it no more because you contaminated it. You know, because I'm very funny like that. Like so, I just thought that was a funny little story because I'm just like, yo, that's some January Capricorn shit. Like, you know, like don't touch my stuff. Like if it's mine, it's mine. Let my like you. I always say like you can play with this, you can play with that, but don't play with my motherfucking money. Don't play with my stuff. Like I don't know if it's because my last name is Jackson or what, but it's like yeah, Stingy Jack is that's Stingy Jack for you. And then of course it's the January Capricorn on top of that, so it's the jealous God. The jealous God concept. People say we're jealous. It's not jealous like oh I'm jealous of you. It's like bro, I like. I'm a jealous God. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like God is a jealous God. He don't want you praising nobody else because he know all that shit ain't right. So that's just the concept. People don't get the concept of the January Capricorn and the jealous God concept or like the stingy. But anyway, that's just beside the point. I just wanted to give a little story because I like to give my little January Capricorn stories or whatever. So anyway, that's all I really have for you guys today. I should have been out of here, but I try to put in as much as I can because I usually erase everything out of my phone. Once I finish, even though some things I don't go over and I still erase it because it'd be so much shit in here. I did want to show y'all the Nicki Minaj thing. I did want to show y'all that, right? And then just like this, like I want to show y'all also like Bessie Johnson, like I like the Bessie Johnson thing. Like I was saying, like she's a designer. Her name is Bessie Johnson. Her name is Bessie Johnson, a white lady, but this white lady name is not Bessie Johnson. And I just felt it was funny because remember when I was telling you about the Jackson and the Johnson last name, how it comes from John being Henry Jacob's son, and that's Jack's son, makes him Jack. And Jack was the one, Jack Daniels, that died from kicking the safe. Dying from the Titanic, kicking the safe, Jack Daniels. Jack's son, Henry's son, he loses everything. And then the son, Jack's son, John's son, because John is Jack, John Smith, whatever. So then you got George being sacrificed after that, the blood sacrificing of his son, which is John's son. And mind you, George supposed to have a daughter named Betsy, and that's the girl that made the flag or whatever. Like they say she made the Confederate flag or whatever. But and then now you got a lady named Bessie Johnson. So I'm just telling you that I'm not fucking wrong. When I say that shit, like understand that I'm on 100%, I'm 100% right. I just don't know if people can follow it. I don't know if people can follow what I did with the royal line and how the Jackson and the Johnson name really stems from, of them being Jackson and Johnson and then Betsy, and then you got the Bessie Johnson because that was supposed to be George's daughter, and that's why everything went to Elizabeth because Betsy was short for his great grandmother name. George named her after Elizabeth, of Henry wife of John. That was his grandmother. So anyway, I'm not gonna get into that, but I just want to show you how I know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. But anyway, like little bitch. They mad, I know, son. I'm mad on point with that Negro shit. And as you can see with like the ham, they say ham, he is not of Negro. In orange, as you see in orange is highlighted, they said the son of him, the black people are not of Negro. They are not of the Negro. It's highlighted in orange. It's highlighted in orange. So the ham, ham is going from Mexico. Then ham, and then when you go when Cain went and became Canaanites, that's Ham's son. That's Shimonor. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, y'all figure that out one day when Ham, that black Ham, went and started intermixing with the Asian and then making them Bin Latins. Okay? But I'm not gonna get into that Because y'all already should know that. I've been explaining that shit from day one, right? That the real Egypt is going to Mexico and all that. And it's not really, everything is in America. Latin America, South America, Central America, everything happened here in the islands as well. So anyway, they just threw everything on the outskirts because that's Asian land, wasteland. They was throwing a lot of all of our information, like you get a lion, you get a this, you get a that. They was just throwing our history everywhere because we don't no longer exist. They vote us out, no longer working with us. Jesus Nazareth, don't work with the Negro. Everybody can get work with but us, unless you marry in or you do some type of buck breaking or sacrificing inside. The Negro is never going to get in. So anyway, I wanted to show y'all Nicki Minaj before I go. And also look how Tia Tamara, you see how Tia say, look, this is our other sister. That's the girl. This is another actress from one. She used to play in like One-on-One and like other shows like that. I just wanted to show y'all that like they'll sit there and say that's her sister, right? Like she's like, oh, I'm cooking with my third sister and pretending like, oh, we're not related. These people are directly related, incubator babies. She is one of them. She's pretending like it's not her sister, but they look identical. You understand what I'm trying to say? So these are incubator babies. They're all directly related, pretending that they're not related, but they are related. Okay? So they are all related. Wanted to show y'all Nicki Minaj kid, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I just thought that Nicki Minaj, and then look at this. This girl, right? This girl, I don't know who this girl is, but when I saw the picture of this shit, I'm like, bro, I know this guy, bro. I know a nigga I used to know from a whole, like, I showed you this guy before. He was in one of my videos that I was talking about, but I'm not going to mention the video because you're going to know exactly who I'm talking about. This girl, I don't know who this girl is, but she was saying like she's supposed to be some girl named Amaretta, like a rapper. But I'm like, yo, this is fucking whatchamacallit, bro. I showed you this guy before. But this guy's playing another role of her boyfriend, bro. And this guy is in jail. The guy I'm talking about is in jail just like her boyfriend. But I know a guy that I used to talk to this guy. And this guy is going by a different name. They saying his name is Tay Bryan. They saying this guy name is Tay Bryan and he's going to jail for something. This is the same guy that I showed y'all before. And I used to talk to this guy. Like, and I'm not even going to sit here and play no. I know people that's from Brooklyn know this. Y'all know this is him. I'm not even going to mention his name because the fact that he's playing the role of this girl boyfriend and having a fake story creeped me the fuck out. I said, see, I know I be on point with these people, bro. This is crazy. This can't be some guy named Ty Braun when this is somebody else. I know this guy. I know this guy very well. I showed you this guy in a different video that I was talking about. But I'm not even going to talk about which video because it's going to make it very obvious who I'm talking about. And I don't like to mention these people's names. Because I told y'all I saw some guy the other day. And the guy that I saw the other day, they know each other. They all in the same groups. So, yeah, I'm sticking away from that shit, right? Anyway, I just thought that was crazy because I'm like, yo, they're going to really put this nigga up there and I know this guy personally. Like, I did a video on this guy and I was in the video. Like, anyway, if y'all know my videos, figure it out. But what the I'm like, that's not Ty Braun. That's whatchamacallit. That's whatchamacallit. The fuck? So, yeah, these people are weird, and I know about this. I could talk about this. I could say a lot, but I don't talk about people that I know from because it could become weird for me. Y'all not going to get me. Y'all not going to move me nowhere. Y'all not. So I'm good. You know, y'all not going to help me the fuck out when these niggas is popping up on my, like, popping up places that they not supposed to be. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they all relate. They all fucking from the same coat. Ew. That shit was crazy. I'm like, bro, no homeboy. That's not Ty Braun. But anyway, we're going to keep it moving, right? Let me see Nicki Minaj's son. I don't really like to talk about Nicki Minaj like that because she got affiliations with people. So I don't even like to talk about Nicki Minaj no more. But yes, I am going to talk about her because guess what, bitch? I don't really bother anybody else. I'm not going to ever talk about nobody's street level. So street level people could suck mines because I'm not going to. Only why I talk about celebrities because it ties into my biblical shit. I'm not going to talk about you street level people and all your sacrifices and whatever the fuck y'all doing. That's your business. I don't care. Leave me out of it. Don't pop up nowhere the fuck I be. I don't give a fuck about nothing y'all doing. Right? Fuck out of here. I don't care. Just know I'm not stupid. I've been new. Ah, I always knew. Ah, I've been new. Ah, little bitch. Like they sick. They be sick thinking I'm bullshit, and they know. So ain't no thing. That's how I was. I wish I could say as much as I felt like it, and then people would really be upset with me. But it's like, bro, I'm not into that. I'm not into the beef. I want to do biblical shit. I want to talk about my people and bring my people back to light and back to the world. I don't give a fuck about all that other shit. Y'all can do whatever y'all doing. Keep doing it. Keep winning. Keep winning in life, y'all. Y'all good. I wanted to also show y'all like all the evil shit that these people from the wastelands be doing. Like how evil they are. I got mad videos. I got mad videos of them acting mad evil, bro. Look at this one stepping on hot fucking fire. Look at her stepping on hot fucking fire, bro. Cause that's where they come from. They come from hell, bro. Look at them stepping on hot fucking cold fire. Crazy ass motherfuckers. Look at this shit. And you think they're not over here killing people on purpose? Where's the other? I wanted to show y'all the other stuff of that lady. That lady, she was, look at this. This is scary too. She got 8 arms. She got 8 arms on her. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arms. These are the people that come over here acting like they Arabs or whatever the hell they are, bro. Arab, Indian, a boot.
Save my life. My dad wanted to abort me.
I wanted to show y'all this too.
Save my life. My dad wanted to abort me.
So you see how Kanye said his dad wanted to abort him, right? Now, why the fuck nobody told me that Kanye's father's name was Ray? Why nobody said nothing about that? Why nobody said, hey, you know Kanye's father's name is Ray? Because you know I think Kanye is Ray J, right? So you think that's a coincidence that Kanye's father's name is Ray too? Look at Kanye's father's name. Kanye's father's name is Ray West. Ray. Hey, never hungry again. Hey, never hungry. What's up? What's up? I'm glad you made it in here. Kanye's father's name is Ray West. I mean, what's the coincidence of this shit? Why nobody never said that? Why nobody said that in the chat? Like, hey, you know Kanye's father's name is Ray too, right? So y'all think it's a coincidence that Ray J messing with Kim Kardashian, and then Kanye finds Kim Kardashian saying that he met her when she was being Brandy's assistant. Kanye said he met her through Brandy's when he was being Brandy's. So you know that's when Ray J was messing with her, right? So I already see that connect. You already see that connection right there. But then you think it's a coincidence that his father's name is Ray and Kim Kardashian, the nigga that she used to date and did the sex tape with, name is Ray. Wow, why nobody like y'all like you think that's a coincidence that Kanye's father's name is Ray and that his girl did a sex tape with Ray J and Ray J and Kanye look just the fuck alike? Like woo! God bless the crazy shit that these people are doing. They need to be cancellation, bro. Out of here, bro. They should be gone. We should not be seeing them on Hulu. We should not be seeing them on Voodoo, Peacock, nothing. They should be just out of our sight. We the only people watching them. I told you, when you go to Mexico is not even watching TV. Like they don't, when you try to watch American TV in Mexico, they're like on, if you watch the Kim Kardashian show in Mexico, they're like on season 5. Out of 20 seasons, they on like season 5. Because they don't care about American shit. Like, they don't watch any of this shit. So all these entertainment shows in America is literally for Americans. Nobody else in the world is watching this shit. Okay? Nobody else is watching Kim Kardashian and all them. No one is watching our basketball. Everybody else from other countries is not being entertained by American entertainment. Americans are being entertained by American entertainment. I see a fucking fly. Like, really? Look at this fly. I'm gonna try to kill it, y'all. Because this shit gonna try to fight me in the house. Woo! I'm fucking nice, bro. I'm fucking nice, bro, because I don't fucking play that, bro. I'm like Bruce fucking Lee. I'm like fucking Bruce Lee, bitch. That was a mosquito bite, too. Beat that ass. So, if you want to keep bothering me, you want to be just like that fucking mosquito bite, bro. I beat that ass. So I beat that ass, though, bro. Anyway, I saw it. I peeped game, and I beat that ass. So, anyway, I'm trying to find Nicki Minaj's kid. And after I find Nicki Minaj's kid, I'm getting the fuck out of here. But I don't know why, but I just felt like they was trying to troll me because I was talking about the kids talking a little bit retarded, and then Nicki Minaj showed her kid talking mad like he didn't. Oh, here go another one. Here go another one. Look at her. Look at her. In blackface with skulls all over her with the fire. Rituals, bro. And look at her hair. Her hair. You could tell she's either Indian or Asian. They're Indian descent. These people are evil, bro. Black with all them skulls and stuff with the fire, with her tongue out. Okay? Like, just understand what type of timing they on, alright? I want to find this video of Nicki Minaj's kid. I don't want to leave it out. I also want to try to show y'all how she was like tapping the little girl. Like, I saw them do that with Chicago, too, where they was tapping. They got these little kids trained where they do a little tap, and the tap means, like, these kids know what the tap means. So they got these little babies trained. But I'm not going to show that right now because they're not fucking important at all. I want to show you a lot of, like, the Millionaire Code and how they was getting away with, like, having, like, this guy was explaining how they was having Range Rovers. He was trying to explain how they had Range Rover Benz. They're all write-offs. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. They're not paying for none of this shit. So when y'all see them like, oh, they got money, this and that, most of that stuff be write-offs. They know how to do a lot of weird paperwork, but they're not even paying for shit. A lot of stuff is given to them. Everything is free. Most of the time, a lot of stuff is fake. Like, so don't, like, they're trying to make you think you got to pay for that. Them business and all that, but they're not paying for the business. They're not, you know what I'm saying? I want to show you how they rip people off with how they do things. But first, I want to show y'all Nicki Minaj. You see how they have a picture with Kanye, Brandy, and Ray J? And the picture just look like they are related, like, you know, cause Kanye's father name is Ray. I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking related. They're all like, you know, incubator babies. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, they're all directly related, but they're not telling us the truth about them being directly related. Some people are telling us they're related, and some people are acting like they're not related, but they're directly related on some incubator baby type stuff. You understand what I'm trying to say? But they don't want to explain that to you. Okay, I'm just trying to find the Nicki Minaj baby, and I'm going to be gone. I don't want to stay here any longer. I didn't even expect to stay here this long. It just ends up happening this way. And I'm not even mad about it, so it's all good. I don't mind being here, as long as somebody's here with me. Oh, God, I'm mad that I can't find it. Okay, here goes. Yay, here goes. Now, I don't want Nicki Minaj to be mad at me, because I really don't care. She can take her ass back to Trinidad. Now, this is right after I was saying the kids is a little retarded. Dada. Dada. Yay.
I'm sorry. Say whatever you want. But at 2 years old, bro, he's just learning how to say dada. You see what I mean? I'm not trying to talk funny about no kid, but he's just saying dada and barely saying it at 2 years old, bro. No effing way. That thing ain't right. That's
Oh hell no! I don't want to play that song. That song definitely gonna get me in trouble. You already know about that song. That song is a no-no. Look, look. Now, did y'all see this?
Wow. That ain't sense.
He don't know no other words. She said, he said, duh. She said, say hi, Papas. Say hi, Papas. He said, die, die, die. At 2 years old? Now, let me be honest. Let's be honest. These are celebrity kids, right? Are they not getting taught way better? Like, aren't they supposed to have like a way better palette of teaching than regular kids? Regular kids is going to talk way more than that at 2 years old. They're going to probably say mama, dada, a couple of little words. They be saying all kinds of shit. And you be looking like, okay, I don't know what the fuck you talking about, but you talking, you saying something. They be like, I'm bad at that. You trying milk. Like they be saying something. They be saying shit. This kid could only say da da, and when it was time for him to talk again, he said. So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be funny with no 2-year-old. I know he's 2. I'm not expecting for him to have 4 sentences. I'm just expecting for him to have a lot more to say than what he was mustering up. I feel like they're a little bit fucking slow. Like, in my opinion, I feel like if these are even real kids, they could be robotic babies. I don't know what the fuck kind of kids these are. But in my opinion, I feel like at 2 years old, his vocabulary and his they're not really that active. Like, sometimes they just very stiff. Like, it's not just him. It's a lot of celebrity kids that's moving like that. And then sometimes I feel like they trade the kids out, and then next thing you know, they could talk very well. Then they can move around, and they're ready to act. They're ready to do all these acting gigs at 5. When they become 4 and 5 years old, all of a sudden they can talk very well. They can act. Collie and them, they do a tap and then they boom, they're back on to like some type of tracking. So anyway, it's something very weird about these kids. I was talking about them, and then it just so happened that the very next day or two, she put this video up. So I was like, you know what? Since they're trolling me, I'm just gonna fucking show the proof of what I was talking about. Cause I'm not just saying things. This is realistic shit, bro. The kid would say da da, and then he said, and at 2 years old, I feel like the vocabulary, especially for a celebrity kid, should be a little bit more than that. He should have gave us a little bit more than that, or gave us a little bit more action. Like, okay, he's a real kid. Look at him picking up a toy. They always just be mad stiff. They always just point, and it's like not too many words going on, and they always got like a little stare, like it's always like some type of stare, like they're staring through you. So I don't know what kind of kids these are. I don't know how they make them. I don't know what factory they get them from or what country they're getting them from. I don't think Nicki Minaj is really pregnant and had any children. I think a lot of these people are transgenders to be, in my opinion. I don't think Nicki Minaj is a transgender per se, but I do think that her body is fake, but I think she could take it off. Like, I think she could take they make it seem like they have these fake bodies, but sometimes I feel like they're body suits, and Nicki Minaj could go on and play somebody skinny because she naturally was already skinny, and that she put on body suits. And then she does sacrifice, and they do pedophile stuff, and she's from the island. So yes, she's on, and she has her platform because she does what she has to do. But yeah, it's like a lot of weird things that goes on with them. And I just wanted to prove my point that I didn't want to make it seem like I was just talking about these kids last live. And then of course they want to troll me and put something up just proving what I was saying was true. So I just wanted to show that clip. And whatever, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I really have. I wanted to really find that. I just wanted to find that clip, and I don't think I really have anything else that I really, really want to show. But let me just go through it one more again. Let me just go through it one more time. Just to make sure that I'm not really missing anything important that I wanted to like make a point of. Oh, I wanted to say this too. Like, you see how this girl, I think she's from like the Bad Girls Club. Her name was Winter. And she says, she's like, oh, I'm warning women to stay away from BBLs. I should have loved my body. So I was also trying to explain that to people that they don't explain to you about plastic surgery, how dangerous that shit is, how much in pain you're going to be in. Is a very painful situation, and I believe that you stay in pain even after the surgery. You're going to be in pain throughout it all, because when you have body part, like things that's in your body, even if it's not silicone, even if it's with your own fat, with fat drop, because BBLs is transferring fat. It's not really supposedly like the Silogel. It's like transferring your own fat. Even when you transfer your own fat, when you put things that don't belong in places that it don't belong, you're going to be in fucking pain. They don't explain to you about the pain of surgery. They will never explain to you about the pain. You're going to probably want to take the shit out. Just like K. Michelle, just like that other model. You're going if you don't take it out, you're just going to be living in pain. You're going to be living in pain and discomfort. Okay? So they don't explain that shit, and I felt like I just wanted to show her because she had got her body done, and I'm pretty sure, like she says, she regrets it. I wanted to get my boobs done, and I realized that plastic surgery is not for fucking me. Okay? I have my natural body, but plastic surgery is not for fucking me. So I did not go any further with trying to get anything done because I realized plastic surgery is not for me. God wants us to have our own body. So he will show you in different ways. And people have to learn their lessons the hard way. And a lot of people do not speak up about plastic surgery, that you should not do it, because at the end of the day, it's dangerous as fuck. You're going to be in pain, and you're going to want to take the shit out. And if you don't take it out, you're just going to live in pain. And then even if you don't take it out, you're going to have to furnace it. You're going to have to continue to keep it up. So make sure you have your backup plastic surgery money for down the line. If you're going to be poor down the line and you're not going to be able to repackage that shit, you're going to be in a whole lot of health trouble, because you're going to have to repackage a lot of that stuff. So I'm not going to explain any further about plastic surgery. I don't care. Do whatever you got to do. Some people do plastic surgery because they need to. And if you have to do surgery, hopefully it's for health reasons or whatever. But a lot of people use like their nose and stuff about that's health reasons. And to be honest, they just changed their nose because they don't want to show you that they're Russian, that they're, Latin, Asiatic, because you could tell through the nose. So a lot of people get their nose done because they don't want you to see their heritage through their nose. When you see their nose, you're going to kind of tell where they're from. It's very easy to tell where somebody's from when you can see it through their features. And a big feature is the nose, your lips, your eyes, a lot of things, your hair textures, a lot of features where you could point where you're probably from. So a lot of people try to cover that up. That's why they wanted us to perm our hairs and things like that, because they don't want you to see your features. They want you to kind of like melt in with what they got going on. They don't want you to see your natural features of what is so gorgeous, but they don't want you to believe it's gorgeous and that they admire it. So just be careful of what you do out here. Be mindful that a lot of things is being put in your face because they want to destroy what you really are. And they admire what you are. So you're destroying something that they're admiring, and they want you to mess it up because they're in the back of their head, they're jealous, and they're not jealous to a point where they're like, oh, I'm so jealous. It's just like the concept that's the jealousy. Like, oh, they're the chosen people. And it's true. It's true. And that could make a jealousy. Not, oh, I'm jealous of this bitch because she look better than me. No, the jealousy of the concept of it's a real situation. It's a real area. These are real things. This is being fought over. People are dying over it. People are doing all kinds of crazy shit for it. So they just don't want you to be aware of your specialty, you know what I'm saying? You being you. So just be careful with all of these things that you choose to do with yourself, because you're trying to conform yourself into something that they don't even want to be. That's why they do plastic surgery. They try to be you, and you trying to be them. But you should never want to be them because they want to be here. So have a brain. You don't want to be them. They want to be you. And that's all I have. I don't think I really got anything else that I want to show. Yeah, I don't got no notes. That's all I got. Just to show y'all, like with this, like when they showing y'all this Indian person, these are the same people. Like they all a part of the same scam. These people and Asian people are this cartoon character. This cartoon character don't exist. It's not a real person. This is either going to be a German white person or this is going to be an Asian person. But this actual person don't exist. There's no such thing as this Native American guy from the South. There's no such thing, y'all. No such thing. Get that through your thick fucking heads. There's no such thing as this guy from the South. These people did not live in Mississippi. These people did not live in South Carolina. These people did not live in New York or Pennsylvania. This is not true. These people lived in India. These people came from the Bering Strait. They came from Asia and shit like that. They're not native Indians. Okay, so that's all I have. Like, share, and subscribe, man. I enjoyed my time with you guys. I'm sorry that I kept anybody so long. I always try to shorten my videos up a little bit because it could be a little bit long. And they probably scare some people away. That's probably why my views are so low. Because people probably looking like, girl, you took it for 5 hours? I don't think so. And thank you for the people that do watch my 5-hour videos because I feel like I give a lot of information. And I do babble a little bit in between. And I do talk about some things that don't matter, but throughout the videos, I do drop some jewels throughout the video. So, hopefully, I could get more crowd to come in. We need more Negroes. We need to get on a code. We need to go and start meeting up and going to Washington, D.C. I know we could do it because Tariq Nasheed could do it. We could do it for our own people. We are the most important fucking people here. We should be doing it more than any of these other people. These people understand how important it is for them to do it. We got to start understanding how important it is for us to do it as well. Got to start getting off the couches. Got to stop being so entertained and going to the clubs and stuff when it don't benefit us. So hopefully we get in one accord. Hopefully you could share my video some more. Some people could share it as much as you could. I see some people share my video. Thank you for I forget the guy's name. I know he doesn't really catch my lives, but I know he probably still catches in. I forget his name. I'm gonna shout him out. I be trying to shout everybody up, but I'm not good with names, and I'm sorry about that. Gambino. Thank you, Familiar Gambino, for sharing out my video. My last, I saw that you did that, and I still want to see more videos from you. Like, where you at, bro? Because I like your videos, and I do tune into everyone. So give some more content. And thank you for sharing my video, Gambino Familia. I know I chopped your name up, but I do not do it on purpose. So anyway, like, share, and subscribe, and whoever stayed with me through the end, I love you. And have a good rest of you guys' night. And hopefully I'll see y'all guys next week or the week after. But I'm going to try not to stay away for too long so we can try to get somewhere. Because we got to start getting the ball rolling because it's about to be 2024. And this is very important. I don't think people understand how important this new contract and this new whatever they're about to try to do is going to be. We got to be a defense. We got to build up a defense and figure out what's going to work for the American Negro. They got to start working with us. We're going to have to force them to work with us and stop ignoring us and doing this we don't exist shit. Okay? So, enjoy the rest of you guys' night. Bye.